alive. I felt it.
chewy vibe I'm trying to go for. Dark lips, you know, whatever. What's up, everybody? How are we all doing? How are all the Nuggets doing today? Are the Nuggets well? What's up? Hey, Wookie up. Wookie, Wookie. It's actually been a little chilly down here the past couple nights. So I don't know what this is, like a wine color, but it's like fuzzy, so it's like the closest thing I have to a Wookiee. I was going with a Wookiee vibe, so I got my Chewy shirt. My hair is all crazy. But we are on to Clone Wars season. This is what is this? This is season 2. Now this is 2 and 3 because, of course, as we know and we've addressed already, the Clone Wars aired so badly out of order that everything's all muddied. So this is season 2 and 3. This is going to be a long video. We are not, well, not tonight, but this video in itself is long, and it's going to take us a few days to watch this. It is 15 and a half hours. So we're gonna watch, I would like to watch 4 to 5 hours tonight, and then 4 to 5 hours tomorrow, so we'll break it up into 3 days. Your hair is Wookiee hair. I try. You know, it's funny, like, I put a bunch of, like, conditioner and stuff in my hair for, like, when I had my hair braided for Ahsoka yesterday, and I just leave it in there, and then I just took it out, and this is what it looks like. My hair does not usually hold, like, any form of texture, but after it's braided and has had product in it, it will hold some crimpiness to it. Excuse me? Yeah, this is a 15 and a half hour video. We will not be doing 15 and a half hours tonight. But we finished season 1 yesterday. I was up until, like, 6 in the morning or something. I don't remember what time it was. It was late. I went upstairs and the sky was starting to change color, so why not? Well, I actually have stuff I have to do tomorrow. I have chores and errands I need to run. I wasn't able to get everything I needed to do done today, so I have stuff I gotta do tomorrow. So I actually can't stay up super late. I try to get an earlier start than what I wanted tonight, but life, shit happens when you party naked, you know? Sometimes you just gotta roll with it. So, here we are. I wanted to start, like, fucking 3 hours ago, but it's just, there's been some weird stuff going on today. It's been a weird day, so. But we will do this, and hopefully, we'll see, tomorrow. Hopefully I'll be able to get done with my shit that I need to get done tomorrow at a decent time. I don't know if I will or not, though. No promises. So I'll go ahead and I'll try to get on as early as I can tomorrow so we can watch as much as possible tomorrow as well. And then, of course, we're doing this every day. Unless something crazy happens, we are doing this every day. So we're getting through Star Wars. We will get through all of Star Wars. I have a feeling that there's a possibility we may not finish Star Wars within May. Isn't tomorrow Mother's Day? Is it? I don't know. Is that a problem? Is that a problem for people? I don't know. I've never, ever, ever followed those kinds of holidays, ever. So I have no idea. Wookie Wookie. I need to get more Star Wars clothes, I realize. I realize that. But, oh, you know what? I haven't worn my Darth Maul dress yet. I haven't worn my Leia outfit yet, but I was gonna wear my Leia outfit for, like, for the movie, so I'll hold off on that. I have a Boba Fett hoodie. I need to find that. I don't know where that's at, actually. I thought it was in my closet, but it was not when I went to grab it the other day. Why is Bigfoot on your t-shirt? It's Chewbacca! How dare you? But honestly, Wookiees basically are just Bigfoot. I mean, in reality. Like, come on, let's be real. Wookiees are totally 110% Sasquatches. They're just their own planet of Sasquatch. It's just... Kashyyyk is just full of big feet. And my red light is on super bright again. It does that. It turns itself up to full fucking blast. Excuse me, ma'am. Rude. Come on. Tell me I'm wrong. I don't love you any less. Walks out the door. No, don't leave me. No, I love Wookiees, and I love Sasquatch. You're fine with tomorrow? Cool. Bumble, do you have, like, a lot of made-up holidays over across the pond? Do you guys have a lot of made-up shit over there? We have made-up stuff every month. And I did totally forget it was Mother's Day. Okay. Oh, so you guys have Mother's Day. Is Mother's Day an international fake holiday, or is that an like, who else celebrates that? You can't stay long. It's Mother's Day here. Yeah, they were just talking about that. I have no... I don't do shit for Mother's Day. I don't do shit for any of the, like, fake holidays. So, I've had people give me shit about that before. Mother's Day is global? I don't know. Gotta show moms love. Well, my belief is that you shouldn't need a corporate-based holiday to do that. You should just be showing love and appreciation throughout the year. That's why I think that those kinds of holidays are bullshit. Like, you should just appreciate the people you care about 365, you know what I mean? We have a few weird holidays, but I think we have way less than you do. Yeah, we have one crazy holiday. Oh... There's a website that I use. I actually use this while I'm at work. It's called nationaldaycalendar.com, and it tells you every holiday month, every holiday week, every holiday day, and then it tells you international ones as well. So, like, here, let me show you guys real quick, because it's actually fucking insane. It's fucking insane. I'm just gonna add this real quick. Okay. Ah, my face, it's gone. Okay, so this is this website that I use. I'm just gonna, like, try. I don't know. It's so fucking big. Can I minimize it? Can I zoom out? Okay, good. I can zoom out a little bit. Thank God it's taken up the whole fucking screen. Okay, or be a fucking pain in the ding dong. Okay, so I'll just hang out over here in this little sliver. Okay, so, like, here. here, oh, well, that's 8. I clicked on the wrong month. So May. So May, let's see what May looks like. Okay, so these are all the birthdays. This is a really cool website. It's got a lot of really cool shit. So these are all the birthdays for famous people born in May. So Tina Fey, Cher, George Lucas. I think his birthday is on the 13th. Gary Cooper, Orson Welles. So this is really cool. They have lots of cool shits. But look at this. Look at this. So day holidays. Oh, you guys can't fucking see that part. God damn it. Why is it so fucking gigantinormous? I feel like if it's too much smaller, you guys won't be able to fucking see it. Like the text, it gets so small, I feel like you guys aren't going to be able to actually read it. But we're going to try. We're going to try here. Okay, so this first blue button, which I don't know if you guys can actually see, it says days, this is weeks, months, international holidays, right? Okay, so we're going to go to days. These are all the holidays this month. This is still May. So that's the individual holidays for me. I'm sorry, how fucking long is this month in the US? Okay, and then these are May holiday weeks, and every month looks like this. Some have more, some have less. But, so like this month, like this first full week of May is National Eastern Box Turtle Week. Okay, so these are the different holiday weeks that are in May. That's actually not too terrible considering other months. So there's like Craft Beer Week, Nurses Week, things like that. And then this is all the different holidays for this month. You know how they have like Black History Month, for example. This is, you know, they have like Native American History Month, they have Black History Month, they've got like Irish History Month, they got all these different types of holidays. So these are the month ones for May. This is everything you celebrate in the month of May, just for the month. Not including the weeks, not including the days. So this is Cheese Month, Older Americans Month, Barbecue Month, what else we got? Salad Month, Salsa Month, Strawberry Month, Melanoma Awareness Month, Asparagus Month. There's just, it's a Global Employee Health and Fitness Month. There's something for everything, okay? It's crazy. It's so crazy. What are you people doing to turtles? Well, no, it's an awareness thing. So National Eastern Box Turtle Week. The entire first full week of May celebrates a resilient and popular reptile commonly known as the Eastern Box Turtle. I actually saw one of those in my yard the other day. A subspecies of the common box turtle, the Eastern Box Turtle is native to eastern parts of the U.S. and radiates beautiful colors on its shell. Today, we want everyone to celebrate by learning about Eastern Box Turtles. So we have a lot of educational-based holidays that focus on a week or a day or a month, and then usually, like, depending. I think this is actually going to be something I use, like, when I have kids. I'm going to use these as opportunities for curriculum. So, like, I'll take this opportunity to teach my kids about turtles. And we'll just have, like, an educational day. Maybe we'll go to the zoo and we'll learn about turtles. There's turtle rescue stuff, how to support Eastern Box Turtles, interesting facts about them. So, you have these different holidays and they teach you about either the animal or the food or the health awareness kind of thing. Public Service Recognition Week, Occupational Safety and Health Week. So that's usually something where, like, if you have a business that deals with, like, a lot of occupational hazards, they may use that as an opportunity to have, like, educational seminars and stuff as, like, refreshes and reminders about safety in the workplace. Nurses Week, that might be something that nurses use as a celebration. So you have all these different holidays for different animals, different employee types, different there's financial stuff, there's health education, EMS week, National Pet Week. I don't know why there's a hedgehog on there. Teacher Appreciation Week, National Etiquette Week. So there's literally something for everything. Our education of animals in the entire world comes from David Attenborough. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. That and Z Frank. Okay, so here are the international holidays for May. So International Workers' Day, Global Love Day, World Password Day, World Tuna Day, Press Freedom Day, World Naked Gardening Day. Damn, I missed that one. Laughter Day, Firefighters Day, African World Heritage Day, World Portuguese Language Day, International Day of the Midwife, Asthma Day, No Diet Day, so like it's just an international cheat day. Victory in Europe Day. What'd you guys do? World Ovarian Cancer Day. What? Thalassemia Day? It looks like blood cells. Something to do with blood cells. Red Cross Day, Time of Remembrance and Reconciliation, Europe Day, Lupus Day, MECFS Awareness Day, Nurses Day. Oh, so Nurses Day is international. Kangaroo Care. Well, it doesn't say Mother's Day is international. It's not on here. National Day of Families, National Check Your Wipers Day. Check Your Wipers Day. We literally have a holiday for everything in this world. Like, that's crazy. It was created and sponsored by Michelin. I love that you can just buy a day and put a holiday on it. Like, I don't know what the process is, but you can actually go through this website, National Day Calendar, and you can petition to create holidays. I think that was the day we took France or Berlin. International Day of Light, Day of Living Together in Peace. That's kind of funny considering all the things that are going on in the world right now. I don't think we're going to make it in time because that's May 16th. We got 5 days to do Living Together in Peace internationally. I don't know if you guys have seen the news lately, but I don't think that's going to happen. Hypertension Day, Baking Day, Museum Day, Inflammatory Bowel Disease, International Red Sneakers Day, World Bead Day, Tea Day, World Day for Cultural Diversity. So these are, yeah, there's a lot. World Schizophrenia Day. Oh, it's Goth Day on the 22nd. I'll try to remember that. Maybe I'll go full goth. Parrot Day. Yeah, Multiple Sclerosis Day. Yeah. So and what's really cool about this website, so like I said, you can see the, why did it go all, what is going on? Stop this craziness. You can look at individual days. You don't have to look at everything. So these are all the holidays for May 1st. For international holidays. So those are the international May 1st holidays. So let me look at today. So today's holidays. So these are today's holidays for here. So what I'll do at work is I'll get screenshots of this page and then I'll post it like in the work chat for fun for people. I'm not as consistent with it as I used to be. I used to do it every single day. But yeah, so today there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 12. There's 12 holidays today. 12. Well, actually, that says May 10th, so I guess I'm right on the... Oh, I think this website may be based out of the West Coast, which is hours behind, so it's not the 11th there yet. But yeah. Not while Trump is in office. I don't even think it's Trump. I mean, there's stuff going on in the world that has nothing to do with Trump. Like, there's stuff going on in the world that has nothing to do with Trump. There's some things you just can't blame Orange Daddy for. You can blame him for some things, but you can't blame him for everything. We got a couple wars going on, and they have nothing to do with us. We could stop it real quick, though. He's not making it any easier. Well, he's not making it easy for other people. In America, we're doing okay. Like, that's the thing I think people kind of forget is that, like, I don't want to get too political, but the thing that I think people forget is that we write a lot of checks to places. There's a lot of people that rely on our money, and there's a lot of people that rely on our protection, and it's like, okay, well, we can just, like, not do that anymore. Like, people kind of forget that they need us more than we need them on, like on a big scale. You know what I mean? So it's just one of those things. There's been a lot of things in place that's been fucking the American people for a long time to the benefit of other countries. And he's undoing that. He's doing his best to undo that. And, you know, he's someone who is a troll. And he doesn't give a fuck. And, you know, I'm going to be honest with you. I've been saying, long before the media turned on him, long before people started hating him, I've been saying for at least 20 years, we need to get someone who runs businesses as president, not someone who is a politician. Because politicians care about being liked. Corporate men don't care about being liked. In fact, that's one of their key traits is they tell it how it is, and they're kind of dicks. And they're not really likable people, but they get the job done. And that's what we got. And he's not likable. I mean, some people love him. Some people love him. Some people like him. Some people are neutral to him. And some people loathe him entirely. But, you know, he's gotten shit done, you know. And, you know, he's signed a lot of executive orders. You know, one thing I will say that I was impressed by is how quickly he got on the ball with things. And I was really impressed by that. Whether you agree with him or not, you can't deny that as soon as he got into office, I mean, he was signing stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if that man had carpal tunnel by the end of fucking February. You know? Like, he was signing stuff, and it was all related to his campaign promises. And, you know, I don't know how much you follow, but in America, we just haven't really had that in a while. You know, it's been a whole lot of politicians doing the political gambit and making all these promises and then not doing shit with them. And he's in a position where he can now, because the first time around, I think he had a lot of roadblocks up, and he just wasn't able to do the things he wanted to do, and it took him longer to get stuff done, and he didn't really make an impact in his first term. He really didn't. And I think he's making up for that now. Whether you agree with him or not, I'm genuinely impressed that he's actively made one of the biggest pushes I think I've ever seen with a politician getting shit done from their campaign promises. And that's you know, I have, you know, like I said, love him or hate him, you gotta respect that. You gotta respect that. He's sticking true to what he said he was gonna do, and he's adamantly working to get shit done. You know, people who voted with him are happy with him. They just came out with a new poll that stated, you know, if there was an election today, he would win again. They just did another poll, and his approval ratings are good, and he would win again. He would beat Kamala out of the water again. So, love him or hate him, like, the American people love him for the most part. Even people who don't want to openly admit they love him tend to love him. I'm pretty neutral. Like I said, I don't have an opinion on the man in a personal sense. He's said some shit that's made me laugh because he's very blunt and doesn't give a fuck. And he's had some mic drop moments, but it's just he's living up to his campaign, and he's doing what his constituents asked of him and what he promised his constituents. And at the end of the day, that's what's important. That's what's the most important, is he's doing what his people wanted him to do. And people are just so tired of politicians getting elected and then not following through with their promises. So it is refreshing. Is he a likable guy? Not really, but he's doing what he said he was going to do. Also, to be honest, I don't really pay attention to hold on, let me go to my fucking thing here. Let's see. I don't pay attention to politics, so what do I know? It's second, third-hand knowledge. I don't pay attention to politics or whoever the president is. I have a really hands-off mindset with it, and here's my thing. I am not enough to change the tide of anything, and I understand that. And my life in the past has been stressful enough. I don't need any unnecessary stresses. There's no point for me to go out of my way to stress about things that are happening that I have no control over. Things are going to happen with or without my opinion on the matter. Now, every now and then, I do give myself a little refresher update about things that are going on the world. I give myself a little refresher update about, if I see something, and I tend to wait to not look into it. If I hear about something crazy that's happened, I kind of ignore it until like a few months later. Because sensationalism in the news, bad media, false representation, the bullshit, I want to be the first one to report it even if the information's wrong. I ignore all that bullshit, and I tend to wait until stuff is old news to learn about it, because I want the real information, but so I don't really follow things. I just out of a mere curiosity of like, what's going on, I might. But I live very peacefully with my brain off on those things for the most part, because I'm not a politician. I'm not interested in being a politician. I don't need to be fully aware of the world's ongoings unless it's going to directly affect me. That might be a little, I don't know, that might not be a popular opinion, but I'm very much of there's no point in stressing about things that I can't change or control, So why inundate myself with a bunch of shit that's designed to be stressful? It's designed to be stressful. It's designed to be inflammatory, and I'm just not interested in it for the most part. I will say, if someone tries to pull something up on me, I'll either admit that I don't know enough about it to have an opinion or comment on it, or if it actually intrigues me, I'll look into it and see what I can find. Because a lot of times people get pissy about stuff when they don't even have all the information, and it's like, just look into it more, man. Soon he start messing with my people, and then I'll pay attention. Yeah. I mean, I'm for minimalizing the federal government as much as possible. There's just not things that need to be on a federal level. Everything needs to be on a state level for the most part. Not everything, but for the most part. I'm very much for a small federal government, and that's one of the things he's promised he's going to work on, and that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to cut unnecessary shit. I think it's really funny that people are getting mad that unnecessary people are getting their jobs removed. Like, they're removing their jobs. It's like, as a taxpayer, yeah, get rid of the people that don't need my money. We have all this debt. I pay all this money in taxes. I would rather pay one person to do a 40-hour job than 5 people sit there on their ass at home remotely and fucking twiddle their thumbs and do 5 hours of work in a day. They work part-time hours but get 40-hour pay, Like, I would rather it be one person I'm paying to do a real job that has a balanced workload versus a shitload of people who aren't doing anything. And I'm sorry, but government workers, I don't think that they should work remotely. You know, I think that's a security risk. That seems like a big security risk. You know, working remotely for the government seems iffy. There's just certain things, you know, and if you don't want to work in that field, if you want to work remotely and you deal with government, you know, accounts, for example, get a remote accounting job. Those are available. You know, there are jobs out there. I'm sorry, I'm on Indeed. I'm on, you know, like ZipRecruiter and stuff. There are tons of jobs for people with bachelor's degrees and experience in accounting and all kinds of administration stuff. There's all kinds of jobs that are available out there. Like people, the job market always shifts and adjusts. People will learn a new skill or they'll figure out a different job to apply the skill they already have. They'll be fine. You know, it's just you don't need to pay unnecessary people on tax dollars. I want my tax dollars to be as efficient as possible. You know, and it's just it's silly to me that people are upset that they're getting rid of unnecessary government workers. There was a few years ago where the IRS shut down and everyone's like, the world's gonna go crazy. Well, in America, the America world will go crazy. And you know what happened? The world went on like normal. Nobody gave a shit. The only people that cared are the people that worked at the IRS. Nobody cared. The cops still went to work. People in, you know, in retail stores everybody still went to work, except for the people that worked at the IRS. And then they started panicking because they realized nobody fucking missed them. You know, so it's just we definitely need to downsize. And especially in this day and age, I feel like we shouldn't be getting bigger as a government. A lot of stuff should be automated by this point. I mean, we have so many things that are automated. Like, you get people who can design a good website. That's what the government needs to do. The government needs to hire someone, a good team, to manage a website, to create a nice website, a good tech team, because all of our government websites suck. Like, all of our tax websites, the federal government's websites, the individual state websites, they're all terrible. They're all incredibly outdated. Just get a nice fucking tech team, design some good websites, automate a bunch of shit. Like, they can do that. Like, they can just do that. Well, some of the things I do hear about him are not good things. I only hear about the bad, so it's very biased. Yeah. So the people, it's so funny. The people who talk the most about Trump are people who hate him. They just loathe him. And those are the people, in my opinion, the unbiased hatred. They don't really have an original opinion. It's so, they have so much propaganda anti, like, Trump. They have these like echo chambers of like socialistic conversations and friend groups and these totally biased blogs and media sources and stuff, and those are the people that talk the most about him. He just lives like rent free in their head, and it's like the rest of everybody else is like just trying to live their life. Like, you know, there's a few people who are very pro Trump and they go out of their way to talk about him to people who bring it up, but like I don't know, everybody just kind of has moved on, you know, for the most part. Like, people get excited about things that happen, but in my experience with talking to real people, people are just going about their life like normal, you know. People are excited because some of the things that have happened in America since he's come into office that are really important are, one of the main things is the price of gas has gone down. For the most part, I mean, in some places gas was over $4 a gallon and now it's like under 2. Like, there's places in America where gas is like $1.50, you know, and it was over $4 a gallon. So like, people are seeing prices come down on things. You know, so that's nice. There was like this big egg shortage. I don't know. I'm guessing that was just us. I don't know if that was everywhere, but there was this huge egg shortage. The prices of eggs went up. And there were also like purchase limits on eggs. It really was annoying. But I haven't seen anywhere have purchase limits on eggs, and the prices look like they've gone down a little bit. They're starting to go back down to normal. Some places they're still a little high, but there's no purchase limits anymore. So there are improvements with things going on, and he's not responsible for an egg shortage. That's just something that happened. But it's just there's where did the moth go? What's up, Jason? Hi. We kicked him out. We kicked him out. He was too distractful. So, I mean, you're gonna love him, you're gonna hate him. There are people out there that I know personally who hate him on a personal level but love what he's doing politically. There are people who love him both personally and politically. There are people who think he's funny on a personal level but don't like his politics. You're gonna get a mix of everything, but the people who are the most vocal about him are the people who are just fed this really, really biased extremist propaganda, who just hate his guts, and if you challenge them on it, they just aren't willing to have a conversation with you, which is really disappointing and sad, and it really shows the state of things. Because if you just ask them, if he says something that's like, they claim he says X, right? Okay, well, can you tell me when he said something about X? Well, I don't want to get into that. I shouldn't have to prove that to you. Well, you're the one making the claim that he said X. So when did he say that? You could be genuinely interested in learning, and they'll turn on you because they don't have an answer. They just know to regurgitate this stuff, but they don't have anything to back up these regurgitations, and it's really sad. It's really sad that the communication is just completely broken down. It's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate because you just can't have those conversations. I'm not a huge fan of this particular person. He's a very divisive figure. I don't agree with him on a lot of things, but there's one guy in America. He's kind of popular in certain circles if you follow politics, but he goes to I'm not even gonna name him. He goes to college campuses and he tries to have conversations with people, and they come up and they call him all these terrible things, and they're so rude and disrespectful, and they'll throw out these claims and stuff, and he's like, okay, we'll cite your source. And this guy is incredibly smart. His face is too small. But and again, like I said, I don't agree with him on everything, but I am open-minded enough to be able to not be threatened by watching people that have different points of view than myself. So, but he'll be like, cite your source, you're the one making this claim, cite your source. And they'll shut down. Or he'll go and, there'll be people that are like anti-Nazi, right? And then he'll go and try to talk to them. He's like, yeah, I'm so for, banding together against hatred, and they just won't talk to him. They just will not talk to him. They refuse to have conversations. Or you can see just any random people that do like those interviews, they'll try to do those interviews at like rallies and stuff, and they'll be like, okay, so they'll just challenge them. You just push back just a little bit. Just even if you're not intending to challenge, you just want to ask why their opinion is what their opinion is, and they get angry, and it just shows. I wish that people were more self-aware, because if you're getting angry at someone asking you why your feelings are the way they are, then you need to really stop and reflect and go, why am I getting upset about this? Why am I getting upset about this? Because your goal should always be, if you're truly a person who thinks that you're fighting for the good guys, and you're truly someone who thinks that the other side has a lot of problems, then you should be at the forefront of the line wanting to talk with them and use diplomacy to bring them from the dark side, if you will. You should be wanting to change their mind in a positive way. But they don't do that. They just, they scream, and they're mean, and they're hateful, and they're violent, And it's scary. It's scary. It's a scary, weird time we live in. I couldn't even tell you who's running in the UK right now. Yeah, me neither. Like the native boarding school they cut that's down the road. They couldn't afford gas and buses to the state basketball championship. The coach and teachers was laid off. A big mess. Yeah, I honestly, I have a little bit of a hot take as a Native American. I don't think Native Americans need to be funded by the government. I think that that's a huge crutch that our communities have. If you look at how bad a lot of those Native communities are run, I think that there definitely needs to be tax breaks, obviously. I think there needs to be a lot of favoritism that goes into it. But honestly, I think Native Americans would benefit way more by just figuring out how to be self-sufficient, and not rely on the government, because all it's done is cripple us. We were, I mean, I'm poor. My family was poor. I'm out on my own, and it's just, I know some other people, and you see these reservations and how fucked up they are. And I think it's harmful. I think that, Native Americans relying on fucking government, the white man's money, if you will. I think that's stupid. I think that it's really backwards, and I think it's a really weird way for them to keep us in check. I don't think that it was an altruistic intention in the first place. And, I know that ancestors kind of fought for, having more rights and stuff. Well, I say ancestors, but it's not that far back. But, I think it's just a really unique way of slavery. It's keeping us down. It's just not, it's not a good arrangement for us. We are not thriving from this arrangement. Close the Indian clinic. Now everyone has to go all the way across 2 hours away. Yeah, same thing though. They're trying to control the oil on native land. Yeah. I do think that if they're going to take oil on native land, then they need to pay the natives for it. I think that could be a good arrangement. Because the natives aren't doing anything with it that are there. I think that could be a really good arrangement if they, set up the proper boundaries and everything. I think it's absolutely possible that natives could make bank on selling oil to the government. Our own little Saudi Arabia, The applications for tribal access is going to go up. Would you ever be a senator at the Galactic Senate? Yeah. I mean, yeah. Every now and then I do think about how fun it could be in politics, but in the Star Wars universe, absolutely. In real world, no. And here's why. Because in Star Wars, they don't have like social media and shit. They're not constantly docking people and, dredging up people's past and, posting things about them, finding things, or finding people that maybe have something that's compromising or unflattering, or something that maybe they don't want the whole world to see, something very private. And, I wouldn't want to do that in the real world just because of that alone. Like, it's too stressful. You can't just go in and do your job. There's tons of people that are going to hate you. There's tons of people that are going to try to sabotage you because the integrity levels are very low in politics. And it's just not an ideal environment. But in Star Wars, you don't really have that as much. You have spies. There is some underhandedness, you got that going. There is underhandedness, there is spies, but I feel like there's more integrity in Star Wars politics for the most part than what there is in the real world. What's up, Emoto? Their tantrums like Kylo Ren. For those you only own the land too, not the oil. Yeah. Yeah, it's a sticky situation, and it's definitely something that requires more finesse and negotiations and stuff. And that's one of those things that requires a lot of diplomacy and such. But I just, I really think that Native American areas should probably work a little bit kind of like a religious area, maybe, where it's tax exempt. People get left alone. They're not really bugged by the government. They get their own set of rules and stuff like that. And, the community handles itself. I think that would benefit Native Americans, honestly. And I get it, but being dependent on, I get that's like what we were promised. We were promised certain things, but being dependent on the government has been the downfall of Native Americans. It's been the downfall of, the black family, the black communities, if you will. I hate to say those terminologies, but you can look at the data in America from, ever since the civil rights and ever certain things started getting passed and they started pushing certain things for benefits and such, which I'm not going to get into details. You guys can research all that data yourself. It's all out there. It's free. Um, it's just, black poverty rates and white poverty rates were on par together. And then it just started getting worse and worse, and the black crime rate went up and the poverty rate went up. And it just seems that it seemed like a lot of these systems were set up originally with really, really bad intentions for specific groups of people. Now, I think that if you get yourself out of those situations and out of those groups of people, you get yourself out of the poverty, you pay attention to what you're doing, if you get handed a bad hand in life, you fucking fight with what you got and you play your cards right. You play shit strategically, you can make it out and you can be just as successful as anybody else. Like, that's one thing about America is we do, all of our policies that are in place now are very equal and all that shit, but there's the things that were set up for Native Americans and the things that were originally set up that, the black community took advantage of really set them back, as a whole, not individually, but, so there's definitely poverty groups and racial groups that kind of coincide with each other a little bit, but there's nothing in America that's holding anybody back from clawing their way out of those groups, out of those poverty groups. I mean, I feel like I'm a really good example. I'm not rich by any means. I live paycheck to paycheck. I have a lot of things that I need that I can't afford, but I live comfortably. I live okay. I have a roof over my head. I have access to clean water. I have you guys, and that's way more than what, a lot of people have. So I feel very grateful to have made it from a life of constant stress and traumas and back-to-back bullshit and, doing my homework by candlelight and sleeping in front of a fireplace in the middle of winter in Ohio and walking a mile to school with thigh-high snow in elementary. And, I fucking, I went through a bunch of stuff, and we grew up poor shit and clawed my way out, and now I'm poor middle class. So it's just, it's, you just gotta have a different perspective, I think. I think you gotta take a step back and disassociate from identity politics, because identity politics are a downfall. They really are. They really, really are. And you just gotta look out for you and climb forward. And if you can give back, good. Like, I'm not in a position where I can give back, but I'm in a position where I made it out, mistakes were made. I forgot how long I was sitting on my foot for, and I went to go to the bathroom. Oh, no! Oh my god. When you fucking step on your foot after you sat on it, and it does that weird numb roll thing, that is the worst. No. Easier said than done. I disagree. I'm a good example of it. There are plenty of people out there that fall through the cracks. I was failed by the government. I was failed by my parents. I was failed by my family, my community. And the only one I had to rely on to get me out was me. And I busted my ass. And I worked hard. And I got out. I never turned to drugs. I never turned to alcoholism. I never turned to street work. I never turned to a lot of things that a lot of people that go through my similar situations and even less trauma turn to. So, like, you can do it. You just have to be willing to put in the work. You have to be willing to be a strong-willed individual. I didn't have a GED. I still don't have a GED or diploma. I don't have any form of paper that says I've completed any type of school. Except maybe... Actually, I don't even have those papers. I was gonna say except kindergarten or elementary school, but I recently did a major cleanup and I got rid of everything. I was like, why do I need this certificate that says I completed English class in the 4th grade? The fact that I can speak is proof enough. So, like, I got rid of a bunch of stuff, so I don't even have stuff for that. But, like, I'm a grown adult who clawed her way from blue-collar work to white-collar work with no degree, no education. And here I sit. So, if I can do it, if I can come from the background that I came from and make it to where I've made it now with a little bit of luck and hard work and, anybody can do it. Anybody can do it. Yes, that. Lucky you went into your bed. Oh, good. Yeah, that fucking tingly roll. That is nightmare. That is a fucking nightmare. And then you gotta try to put pressure on it, and you do that little weird walk. You're lucky I did a lot of those kinds of work, yeah. What's that saying? Luck is the work you've made. There's some sort of saying about luck being what you make it, or being work you put into it, or some shit. Luck, you make your own luck. I don't know. I like to say if it wasn't for bad luck, I wouldn't have any, but because it's just how you just have to have a good mindset. Higher up than you on the totem pole who don't give a shit about you. They don't give a shit about your people. They don't give a shit about where you've come from, where your people have come from. They don't care that it's been an unfair life for generations. People have been poor for generations. They don't care. And, you just have to figure out how to break the cycle and say, I'm just not going to keep going on with this. Like, my grandma, she wasn't, she struggled. So, my grandpa killed himself when my mom was 3. And, I think my aunt and my uncle, I think my uncle was only like 2 and my aunt was a newborn. I think they're all like a year apart. So, but yeah, my aunt was a baby and my grandma had to raise them by herself until I think my mom was 14 when my grandma remarried and met the man I knew as my grandpa, who I grew up with. And she had to struggle a lot too. She struggled a lot as well. And it's so fucked up. So she would feed like the kids and stuff. And my mom and my aunt were talking one day and they realized that they always remember having presents for stuff and having food on the table, but they don't remember her ever eating. And they asked her about it one day, like, how come you never sat with us at dinner? And she let them know that she never made food for herself. She would feed the kids, and then she would, after they would get done eating, they would go play, do their homework, whatever. And instead of throwing the scraps away, she would eat whatever the kids didn't eat. She would clean the plates. So that was how she lived for at least a decade. Of course she would. Kids take priority, absolutely. But the point is like, she and my grandma grew up really poor on a farm. She didn't have shoes, I think, for several years, if I remember correctly. Like, she she would go without shoes for long periods of time just because they wouldn't be able to afford shoes constantly, and they'd have to like tie shoes together and stuff. Like they would have to like wear bags of shoes and stuff. Like, I mean, it's the family poorness like goes back, and we, you know, it's just, you know, I've got family back under the Trail of Tears and stuff that we've been able to track, but it's you know, so my grandma grew up really poor, um and then my grandma had to go through that, and my grandpa had my grandpa that I know, not the grandpa that actually that was related and died. He worked at like Ford or something. He had like a machinist job, and he dropped out of school in 8th grade, which is basically what I have is an eighth grade technically on paper. But I did take a test, and it says I have a much higher. I took a placement test once, and it said I was many grades ahead of where I was. So on paper, I have 8th grade, but in reality, it's much higher. So he had that retirement from there, and I think he did okay. But like for my mom, for my grandma, she worked as like a teacher's aide. She got a job as a teacher's aide. That way, she could, you know, have lunch with the kids, and like the school would pay for certain things, and she could go with them on field trips and stuff like that. So she figured out how to work around, you know, not having the ability to afford food all the time, not having the ability to afford, you know, childcare and things like that. So she really she hustled hard, and then my mom, as rocky as our relationship is and was, she would work. Now she didn't have good spending habits, so it didn't really matter, but she would work like she would work from like 8 o'clock in the morning to 12 to 2 in the morning. I mean, she worked constantly, and that was to make sure I had like decent food. But she still didn't make enough because she was on WIC, she was on food stamps. Yeah, I don't know if she was on. There's another one that's like assistance for stuff that's not food. Like there's WIC and food stamps and another one. And I think I don't know if she was on the other one, but she was on WIC and food stamps, and we would shop at Goodwill. $3 shirts, man. It's hard to beat. But so like that's why, you know, I pretty much grew up on my own. I never really, you know, I would be with my grandparents when I can, but for the most part by myself. But yeah, I was like, this is not for me. I can't do this. I was like, I cannot do the life that she has, and thank God I'm not. Alcohol and drugs took me a little while, but I got myself cleaned up, and that's what's important. You know, sometimes people just, I don't know. I think people are just wired different. I think some people just kind of have to go through things. And, you know, maybe you just had to go through that to understand and appreciate yourself and your life where you can and could be. I made it myself, but I've seen people that struggle with drugs. Their parent with alcoholics, their grandparents was alcoholics, no jobs, the feeling of hopelessness is strong here, suicide's off the charts. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm aware. Yeah, it's fucking terrible. And numerous women missing. Yeah, that's terrible as well. You know, it's just the stolen sisters, man. It's fucking it's terrible. And but that's part of the problem is that that's a symptom of us being reliant on an inefficient system, you know, like it sucks. You know, my dad, who he got that double shit. He's Native American and a veteran, and so he would try to get shit done through the VA, and they would just about kill him. They would put him on medicine that you're not supposed to take for more than 5 months. They'd put him on medicine that you're not supposed to take with other medicine, and then put him on that medicine. And so, like, he's lucky he didn't die just from bad doctors, because the VA, a federal run program, is shit. And some VAs are better than others, but it's incredibly inconsistent, and for the most part, it's trash. And the government cannot run budgets properly. They fail their audits all the time. They can't support their people that need to be supported. And it's a broken system. We've tried it long enough. We need to get rid of relying on the government for our personal well-being because it's not working. People are dying. Suicide rates are high in Native communities. Suicide rates are high in veteran communities. It's just not worth it. It's a symptom of relying on something that's very much not working, and we need to get rid of a lot of it. Now, if we delete a lot of it and rebuild it, to be something better, obviously I think a lot of people would be open to that, but for the most part, we just need to clean house and start with a fresh slate. And if things need to be rebuilt, things need to be rebuilt, but there's just certain things we need to stop relying on it. That's our downfall. And yeah, I know you got out, I got out, but if people aren't willing to put the work in themselves, because here's the thing, a lot of Native people, we can get out. We can get out. We can break that generational bullshit, but we have to be willing to try. You can't just stay there and say, this sucks. Why aren't they doing something for me? Why aren't they doing more? You have to pick up. You have to pick up and you have to do it for yourself. If there's a will, there's a way. You know what I mean? And that's the truest definition of that. It really is. And if enough people leave and are successful, they can put their money back into the tribe and reinvest in the community. But nobody's leaving to reinvest. People need to reinvest. They can't be relying on the government. They just can't. It's not working. It's just not working. But anywho, we got into some heavy stuff. I love this though. I love talking with you guys about stuff. I love sharing our different perspectives and opinions on things. I love that we're very civil here and we can have an open exchange of ideals. And my tribe experienced the same treatment as blacks. Couldn't drink from the same fountain. Could eat in restaurants only in the back. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm aware of that. And Native Americans were the last ones to get voting rights. We didn't get voting rights until the 70s, if I remember correctly. But, which is wild when you think about it, how late we got voting rights. But I had to dress on the bus for ball games. Yeah. It's not fair and it's not right, but luckily, the things that are in place now, like I said, that doesn't exist anymore. That is a disparity that we don't have anymore. We can go to any restaurant we want. We can wear our regalia wherever we want. We can speak our languages where we want. We can. Now, someone might try to say something stupid and we can fucking slap them for it, but we can vote, we can get jobs with everybody else. There are programs in place for us that favorite us, for education, for work, things like that. Because we are now a fucking diversity. We can be a diversity hire. I mean, I'm saying I don't think anybody should aim to be a diversity hire. I think you should put the work in and actually be good, but use that to your advantage. Play the system, man. We can't wear our own regalia. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Just fucking do it. Nobody's gonna stop you. They banned the feathers. Well, Native Americans can still wear feathers. Native Americans can wear eagle feathers. It's just non-Native Americans can't wear eagle feathers. But anywho, I'm very much for, I think everybody should wear whatever the fuck they want anyways. I think if you want to dress like a fucking Victorian person, or if you want to dress in medieval wear, or if you want to dress like Regency era England, or if you want to dress like a cowboy, I think people should be able to dress and to wear whatever the fuck they want to wear, and everybody can just mind their damn business. I want to be able to see a fucking woman who looks like she's out of a Jane Austen novel, and someone who looks like a fairy, and then someone who looks like a hipster or a hippie, and maybe a goth girl, all in the line at the checkout at the grocery store. Like, I want to just see everybody wear whatever they want to be their best selves, as long as it's not, like, grossly inappropriate, you know? You can't just be having, like, your tits hanging out and stuff. Full chainmail armor and a bastard sword. Absolutely, this is America. This is America. But, anywho. Some tribes get punished harder from the government. That's why you don't. So when you. That's what I'm saying, though. Leave. You just ignore the fucking government. That's what you do. You ignore the fucking government. You do you. You ignore. When you sign a contract with the government and become reliant on them, of course you're opening yourself up to being a part of them. That's why I won't fucking. I've thought about many times going down to Cherokee and getting registered, and I'm like, the benefits aren't worth it. The benefits are not worth the restraints that come along with being tied to that kind of dependency. I just checked Bad Batch Season 3, and not even I've seen that. Nice. I don't think I've seen Bad Batch Season 3. I think I may have started it, but only got a couple episodes in. I don't think I've seen the full thing. And today I got episodes 7, 8, and 9 of Andor Season 2. And the next episodes come out on the 13th, I think. So we'll be able to, we're not getting to Andor by the 13th. So we'll have all of Season 2. Seen FBI raids on an old man because they own too many eagle feathers. Yeah, that's overreach. That's government overreach. That's the type of shit I'm talking about that needs to go. That needs to go. It shouldn't be like there shouldn't be a number on it. Yeah, that sounds like there needs to be more story on that. I would have to That's one of those things I don't know about that. I would have to look into that to know more, to have a educated opinion on it. You know what I mean? Because I don't, like, on the surface that sounds terrible, but I want to know more about what's happening. You know, for my own education. So I'm not just regurgitating something someone told me. You know what I mean? Alright, my sweet lovey-doveys. It says my stream is unstable. My bitrate's too high. You'll stop. It's okay. It's okay. No, like I said, I love having these conversations. Every now and then we get someone who gets offended by something, and they're like, I don't want to follow anymore because I have to be in an echo chamber. Well, fuck them. You know, that's their loss. I like that we can have open exchanges of ideals here. I like that we can come at each other with different stories about different things, different types of education, different types of perspectives on things. And I think that that's really important. I think it's really important that people keep open minds and share different perspectives. Because when you share different perspectives, that's where growth happens with people. You know, that's... How can you change your opinion or grow if you're not willing to listen to different people's perspectives, you know? There's been a couple times where I've said something and I'm like, you need to hear me out first. Because I already could tell. I'm like, if I say this to this person, I'm having a conversation. I'm like, okay, you need to hear me out. And I'll say the thing, and they'll be like, nah, wait a minute, Kimberly. I'll be like, wait, hear me out. And then I explain my reasoning and my perspective and my thought process, and at the end of it, they've changed their mind. They're like, okay, that makes sense. Okay, I see. Okay, when you put it like that, that makes a lot of sense, you know? So, you know, sometimes people aren't willing to listen to the thought process. They hear the thing they don't like, and then they don't want to talk about it anymore, you know? They don't want to hear the perspective or the line of thought. Because how are you going to change someone's mind? Maybe my line of thought is faulty, and if I explain it out, you can offer an alternating perspective and poke the holes in my logic, and then we can go back and forth, and maybe I'll change my mind. Or vice versa, maybe you'll change your mind. So, I like that. I like that we have people here that are open-minded and chill and cool and are also tolerant. Tolerance is such a big thing. People preach tolerance, but they're so quick to shut others down. So I love that. We have a tolerance of different ideals and opinions here. We got people from all over the world with different political, religious views and different opinions on different topics, and it's just cool. I like that. I like that we have a real we are America. We are a melting pot of diversity in this channel. Let me finish first before you jump in. Okay. Yeah, let me. Oh, I see. Yeah, like when I'm saying something. Yeah. Let me get my thought out. I thought you meant for you for a second. I was like, yeah, go ahead. But no, I see what you're saying because what I said. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. All right, everybody. It's fun. I don't know why I stretch like it's all right in the stream. No, we're gonna start season 2/3. We just finished season 1/2/3. Now we're gonna finish season 2/3, and then we're gonna get into season 4/5. I really wish Clone Wars hadn't been so fucking confusing to watch the first time. I don't know about you guys, but I'm really enjoying watching it in order, seeing all the stories play out in order. It's been very nice. I greatly enjoy that because I watched it with airing order. That is not the way to watch the show. I tried and I lost track of where I was flipping back and forth, and I just said fuck it, and I started over from the beginning and watched the whole thing in order. That was a bad call. I should have started over with watching it in chronological order because I was so confused. But I'm gonna put my fucking Wookie. It's not brown, but it's close enough in this lighting. I'll take it. Because, honestly, my lips are a dark brown lipstick, and this is a wine-colored cardigan, and they look like pretty much the same, so. In this lighting, it'll work. Yeah, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let me make sure my audio's right. Hold on. Monitor only. Yes. Worm is in the Discord. B is in the Discord. Nobody else is in the Discord, but this is your opportunity, guys. If you're not in the Discord, hop in the Discord. We're gonna get started. I know it's Mother's Day. I know Wookie had to leave. She had to leave. Actually, I don't know, she or he. I don't know if I've ever actually... I don't know if we've addressed that. But, Wookie had to go for Mother's Day stuff, so they couldn't stay very long. So we are just gonna be doing our best. Oh, no. Hello, streamer. You're a streamer, but a verified one. You know what? Let me see something. Let me see something. I just want to see something. Oh, the channel that says that they are a verified one with over 20,000 followers has 0 followers. And nothing about it is legit. I was just curious. I was like, they don't even have bots following their channel. What a bad attempt at being a bot. That's so fucking stupid. I think. Can you see my chats? Of course it's a bot. Unsen, I can see your chats. Were there other chats? If there were other chats, I did not see those. But I see the ones that you asked if I could see. But I didn't see anything else. Sorry if there was other things. other chats, but Twitch was being dumb. Aw, Unsen, I'm sorry. I wasn't ignoring you. I swear they weren't coming through. I swear it was Twitch being a twat. Fucking twatty Twitch. I'm sorry, buddy. You know I love and value the clip commander. I was deep into constitutional ramblings and being anti-big government, so nothing out of the usual. Yeah, I know. We've gotten into some political talks before, and I don't know if there is. If there is, there's not much that we disagree on. We seem to kind of have a lot of overlapping opinions and views on things. On the things we have spoken about, anyways. I don't know how much we've disagreed on, I can't recall, but I feel like we've agreed on a lot. We share a lot of similar opinions. Yeah. The scariest words from the government, you know. I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Yeah. No. I'm good on that. Thanks, though. But everybody, hop into the Discord. I don't know what's wrong with me, but okay. Hop into the Discord. I almost said the cord disc. The dyslexia hit hard there for a second. Wow. I've had a couple moments today where my dyslexia really hit. But as usual, we got the Clone Wars here. It's gonna be backwards and muted on the stream. Audio is gonna be in the Discord, so head over to the Discord to watch along, where it's not backwards and it's not muted. So, you know, there's that. Yay, Discord. Now I do have a comment pinned across everywhere that says this is the channel you are looking for, and the Discord link is in that pinned message. And of course you can do exclamation Discord like Bumble just did in the Twitch chat. I think you can do that in YouTube. I'm honestly not even sure anymore. I'm gonna go through and try to do another update with all my stuff. I go through and I'll do like an update where everything is pretty much the same across all channels except for Rumble, because Rumble's the redheaded stepchild. And then I'll update a bunch of stuff and change a couple things here and there somewhere, and then I'm like, shit, so I need to do another, like, double check that everything's the same everywhere. I don't believe in many conspiracy theories, but I firmly believe that why they stopped teaching constitutional law and American history, stopped teaching cursive, and discouraged homeschooling is because if you don't know or understand your rights, you can't fight for them. I'm done now. Yeah, no, you're right. As a military child, unfortunately, I believe in a good amount of conspiracy theories, mainly because most of them turn out to be true. Have you seen that comedian who is like, you think the government is just batting 100? He's like, I have one kid that I'm responsible for, my son. He's like, and I lie to him all the time. He says something else, but I can't say it here. And it's like, it's so funny. It's so funny. It's like, the government's responsible for millions of people. I have one kid, and I lie to him all the time. It's like, yep. Yep, yep, yep. Let's do Star Wars now. Hex yeah. I think I've seen that clip. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. Black comedian. I don't know his name, though. Like, I understand not believing in all conspiracy theories, but you don't believe in any conspiracy theories? Oh, Ron Funches? Actually, I don't know how to say his name. But but here's that link for anybody. His delivery is so good too. It's hilarious. Oh, where's my Rumble at? Where'd my Rumble go? Have fun! There you are. Okay. Mother's Day isn't nearly as important as the true national holiday we must all observe this weekend. My birthday. No holiday for blacksmiths, but we're gonna give a whole week to fucking turtles. I'm sorry, I'm just now seeing those. I had Rumble up earlier, but then it just, like, didn't load. There was, like, a delay, and then it disappeared, and I just now got it to reload. That's stupid. Stupid problematic Rumble. I like Rumble, but goddamn, work better. Here, I'm gonna post this link everywhere so everybody has it. Twitch, Rumble, put it in Kick. Oh, yeah. Cool. No, it's not Dave Chappelle. It's not Dave Chappelle. His name is Ron Funches, or I don't know. That's how I don't know. I would have to hear it be pronounced. I don't really know. But I just posted that in there for you guys. I always try to attribute things to stupidity instead of malice if I can. That is a really honorable stance to take. I like that. I like that you really want to see the best and believe the best in everyone and everything. I like that. That's not a bad trait to have. That is a good trait. You want to believe that. I also try to believe the best in people and things. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, I grew up with a father who did 3rd Force Recon Black Ops in Vietnam. There's a lot of stuff that we do that we shouldn't. There's a lot of stuff that is spread around that is intentionally bad. There's a lot of things that we do. There's a lot of conspiracies as far as government goes. That is correct. What's that one thing? There's a joke that was circling around not too long ago. It was like the difference between a conspiracy and a fact is about 6 months recently. You know, which is not wrong. I mean, you look at a lot of things over the past few years, and it's been like, here's a conspiracy theory. We hate you for pushing this conspiracy theory, and then all this data just vomits out from too many sources, so it's not something that can be denied or batted off as a conspiracy theory, and now it's just standard fact. Just saying. So you can tell us the stories in 50 years when it all gets declassified, right? Right. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff in his records that are completely blacked out. I mean, he used to do Black Ops missions where they were considered, like, you leave your dog tags here, you go off and do the mission. If you get caught, the official report is you were acting on your own and we cannot save you. Like, he did missions like that. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that Black Ops does that contributes to or is 100% in line with many conspiracy theories. Then being in the middle of COVID and Obama dropping the, oh, UFOs are real. I think it's so funny that for decades people were like, Americans, for the most part, can't handle if aliens existed because that would break their sense of reality and superiority and all these things, right? Like, Americans just, we can't tell them, you know, it's like the opposite of telling us, you know, telling your kids Santa Claus is real. It's like they're telling us aliens are fake and not real, you know, because they don't think we can handle the stress of if they were real, you know. It would create a panic. Told us aliens aliens were real and everyone just, nobody cared. Everyone was either like, nobody's mind changed on the topic. People were either like, see, told you guys, look at all this footage. Or people were like, yeah, that's faked. It's a false flag type of thing. It's to get our attention off something else. Nobody's opinion on it changed. Not one person. I don't think one person's opinion on it changed. People attributed it to either it being bullshit propaganda to try to distract, like, hey, look over here, don't pay attention to what we're doing here, look over here, look over here. It was either people thought that or people saw it as confirmation for their own beliefs. So nobody's opinion on it changed. Nobody cared. USA only declassifies things when the tech or stories can't possibly do anything anymore. Same like SR-71 Blackbirds, A-10, the US Navy patenting anti-gravity propulsion engines, etc. Yeah, we only declassify stuff when it's outdated. When it's outdated and we have something better that we no longer need, or that we don't want, or it's not a big deal if someone else has their hands on it. We only declassify tech like that when it's old and outdated and we have something better. And we only declassify like war information when it can't become a problem again. Like, we don't declassify stuff unless it is something that's completely neutral that we don't need to hide anymore. If it's something that benefits us to keep it classified, we keep it classified. To be honest, it took a lot of people a while to remember that he said it after the lockdowns were over. Yeah, I remember like the footage of the tracker video and stuff circulating and all that stuff with it. My thing on it is either it's real and they've been around forever and we're still here, so it's not that big of a deal, or we're kind of like an ant farm is how I would see it. They're so, if there's this crazy smart tech and this crazy smart species that's figured out all these types of travel. We're basically their pet ant farm. They come to observe, make sure we're okay. They pull one out of the wild, do some tests on it, throw it back. They always pick one that no one will believe. And that's it. Or it's fucking super advanced tech that we've had for years that's been super, super top secret, and it's a good story to promote and push towards sci-fi. That way, it keeps the attention off of who actually owns the technology. It puts a question mark over it. Either way, it's, again, one of those things. I'm not stressing over it. Personally, I'd like to think we are their soap operas they love to watch. Oh my god, yes! Like on South Park, this season on Earth. Like how everything, we gotta strike Earth for resources and stuff. And then, of course, there's always the theory that all of our advanced tech came from alien tech. I really don't care either way, because I think it's really ignorant to think that humans are the only intellectual life in the universe. Like, there's definitely planets out there with stupider versions of humans and smarter versions of humans. And to think it's perfectly feasible that they take trips around the galaxy and look at the stupid planets like a zoo. It's perfectly feasible. Or maybe searching for other planets that are similar. There are at least 25 known planets that are called super Earths, which means their environments are actually friendlier than Earth. Like, we thought we had a good environment, but there are planets out there with environments that are actually more friendly to us and are the life forms here. Like, so if there's at least 25 super Earths that we know of, and there's several other Earths that are similar, several other planets that are similar to Earth, and God knows that there's planets out there with environments that aren't similar to Earth, but life could still live on them and evolve differently. it seems really, really naive and silly to think that we're the only ones. Like, I'll never understand how people are like, we're the only ones, we're the chosen. Like, you think we're it? Like, this is it. This is the best life can do in the universe. This. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt that this is the pinnacle of life in the universe. I've seen some animals that are smarter than some people. Why are you yelling at me? I've seen some animals that are smarter than some people. Yeah, I've seen quite a few animals that are smarter than people. People are getting stupid and people are getting dumber and animals are getting smarter. The early 2000s History Channel specials on Hitler and Stalin's time machines and sci-fi weaponry was lit. Yes, I do remember that. I remember that. They were really interested in some crazy shit back in the day. Earth is paradise or Eden. No, it's not. It keeps trying to kill us. Yeah. It definitely fights back, man. They've definitely there's been some studies done with different types of animals, deer being one of them, where um shit when overpopulation hits, something becomes more prominent that will reduce the population. So they've actually found this in human history, which is really interesting, and nobody likes to talk about this. But like for deer, there is a disease that actually gets really, really prominent when there's deer overpopulation problems, and then a bunch of deer will die off, and then that disease won't be seen again. That disease only pops up when there's overpopulation in deer. It's really interesting. Another thing that's really interesting, this happens in some species, but it actually has been tracked in humans, but I've heard of it happening in other species as well. Anytime, this is gonna get, people are gonna love or hate this comment. Anytime there's overpopulation, or if you go through history and look at the tracking and records that we have anyways, when societies get really big, like ancient Rome, there you get these large concentrations, super cities of people, the homosexuality rate actually spikes and increases. It goes way up. And then if that, society goes south, there is history shows that the rate actually goes down. It's one of those things. It's very strange. It's really interesting. It's really cool. And now people can argue, well, that's just due to record keeping, and they don't. It's like, well, they kept track of it. Obviously, they kept track of it because we have data on it, but it may not be the most accurate data. But I find it very interesting because it's happened. We have records of it in different city places and different cityscapes throughout history where like if there is an excess of people in a smaller population, like in an excess of population and people in a smaller location is what I'm trying to say, like super city, then the homosexuality rates go up. It's very interesting. It's really cool. 2000s History Channel was a bop, dude. Yeah, old school History Channel, old school Animal Planet, pretty much everything before reality TV shows started coming on. The Learning Channel, before reality shows came on, we had music channels, we had history channels that taught us history, we had Animal Planet, we had National Geographic, PBS actually had some cool shit on it. Our educational based programming actually taught us educational programming, and then it turned into toddlers and tiaras and stuff. War documentaries are crazy conspiracy theories. Yeah. Yeah, everything is a war documentary. Everything. I don't know if they still have it because I haven't had cable in a long time, but it's so funny because I remember when the History Channel started getting just completely fucking creamed with World War II documentaries. That's like all they showed for a while, and then they got History Channel 2. So you had the main History Channel that played normal History Channel stuff, and then you had History Channel 2, which only played like Hitler and World War II recolorized. And that was like all it played. And I don't know if they still do that. And it was like that with MTV for a while too. There was MTV, and then they started putting all the bullshit like reality shows on there. And then they moved it. It was MTV 2. And, and then I think they had another one for a while. Fuse. Fuse used to be something else, but then it became Fuse. I don't remember what it used to be, but I remember the transfer from it to Fuse, and it was like MTV, but it was for rock and metal. And then it started having reality shows like the fucking, like, what's his name? Brett somebody? Excuse me, the reality show where he's like the rock and roll people are trying to find love and stuff, and then they just ruin everything. The Osbournes. Even the Greeks were like that in the past. They painted everywhere. Yeah, Greeks and Romans, like you fucking, yeah, you find these ancient societies when they're really big, the gay population goes up. And the theory is that it's similar to some of like other animals when overpopulation might become a threat. There is this thing that kicks in our fucking, I don't know how it works. I don't know how it happens, but somehow nature is like, there's a lot of people here. We might want to have less people here. And then they start having gay babies. And then the gay babies get together, and then no more babies, population goes down, and then everything bounces out again. It's weird, I don't know. I think it's really interesting. But, I don't want to offend anybody with that, because I don't have anything against anybody. I mean, my favorite person in the world is my brother, so he gay. I'm so excited. Did I tell you guys that I told you guys he got engaged, but did I tell you guys that they actually got married? It's very exciting. They did like a really quick thing. I yelled at him. I was like, "You didn't invite me to your wedding." He was like, "It was really quick. We just ran to the courthouse." I was like, "Still, I am your sister." So I gave him some shit about it, but he sent me photos. It was very cute. It was very cute. They got married, and they're both very stylish men. Very stylish. Both very stylish, but also very like, I mean, like like one of his biggest inspirations was like Depeche Mode. And so like very, what is that? It's not like, it's trance kind of goth alternative styles. It's the Force manipulating everybody's midichlorians. This guy needs more gay midichlorians. We got too many people over here, so this guy needs to be gay. That's funny. That is funny. I like that. But I remember I told you guys that he got engaged, and you guys were like, but we didn't approve anything. So I guess he got married kind of right before everything started kind of going crazy earlier this year with stuff. So I think that's probably why it slipped my mind. So, but just so you guys are aware, he did get married. Just anybody, and just in case anybody cares or is interested, because I know some of you were joking about it, about how you didn't get to approve brother ANOKI's fiance. But he's a good egg. He's a good egg. They're nice. They both have had some struggles in life, and I clicked with him right away. The fiance, well now hubby. So I got a new brother, and it's very cool. The first time I met him, I clicked with him right away. We got along perfectly. Super sweet. Just running a background check real quick. Alright, cool. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. You give me the results. One of these days I'll get them to come out here and maybe I can get them on stream to meet you guys. I keep telling them to come visit. But my brother is such a city boy. He's such a city boy. He's so... Oh my god. So he was in LA and now he lives in DC and... Oh my god, he's like, this isn't even big enough for me. I was like, oh my gosh, like what? You want to go back to... I don't think he would go back to LA, but I could totally see him being happy in a place like New York. Like, he loves the busy, fast-paced concrete jungle, man. He loves it. Go for Moana, I'm grabbing by the ear. I'll be like, come on, you're gonna come here. You're gonna come hang out with me in the country. We're gonna shoot stuff. I'm gonna make you garden. We're gonna go swimming. I'll put you on a horse. We're gonna do some country shit. It's so funny. He's so city and I'm so country, and we grew up with different moms because he's my half brother, and we grew up around each other a lot for the first few years of my life, from years 1 through since I was born to 6. Yeah. So the first 6 years of my life we were together, but then we were very, very estranged. And we turned out so similar. It's so funny. It's so funny. We have like similar, like our the way we talk is very similar. The way, like, our cadence and how we talk is very similar. There's something about it, because it's so funny, because I used to give him shit. I'm like, you sound like a Valley girl. And I don't know, maybe I made fun of him too much and it just rubbed off on me. But we sound a lot alike. And we share a lot of similar personality traits, a lot of similar, very different views on things. Because, like I said, he's very, very much a city boy. City people tend to have very opposite views on things. But, so we have very different views. We just don't talk about stuff. But we love each other so much. We are just two peas in a pod. Our mannerisms are very similar. Our cadence is very similar. Our tone and voice is also very similar, which is kind of weird. But his voice is deeper. But he speaks in a higher register than I think. I don't know why he does that, but he naturally has like kind of a deep voice, but he tends to speak in a higher register. And when he sings, he has a very deep voice. He has a much deeper voice. I think he just has like that Valley girl talk. He speaks much higher voice. But we think that is just like our dad's genes. Something about our dad's genes is just so ingrained in us that we're so similar. And it's really funny. It's really funny. But anywho, I've said that like 4 times. We're already 2 hours into the stream. We haven't watched a damn thing. I am the worst. I am the worst, not we. You guys are awesome. I am the worst. Yeah, let's dive on in. Okay. Well, I did take a little bit of a break to try to get people to get into the Discord, give people plenty of time. But we're gonna just start it. We got Worm in here. We got B in here. I'm in here. To be fair, I started it all. It's okay. It's okay. I enjoy the conversation. I like it. Outside of the people I talk to at work, I've got Bandit and my plants. So, like, I got you guys. You guys are my peoples. You guys are my socialization. What's up, guys? What's up? Emimelas? How are you? I don't know if I said that right. I don't think I did. I probably butchered it. I'm sorry. Yay! Throw that banhammer down, Bruce Banner. Yeetus. Yeetus that fetus. Alright, so get into that Clone Wars. Get into the Discord. We're gonna start Clone Wars Season 2. We're gonna watch a few hours of it. I don't know, 3, maybe 4 hours. I was originally... We've spent a couple hours talking, so less time watching Star Wars, unfortunately. But I still want to watch, instead of doing 4 to 5 hours, we'll do like 3 or 4 hours. We'll see. We'll see how we're doing, but we'll try to do 3 hours of Clone Wars, and we'll fucking get in there. Do you like soccer? You mean football? Real football? I don't really watch sports. I used to play, though. I used to be a goalie. Believe it or not. I was really good at it, too. But, I don't watch sports. I don't follow anything. I don't know any teams anymore. But I used to play. I did used to play. I also used to be a gymnast. I also used to do karate. I used to do taekwondo. And so I also used to play racquetball, actually. So I enjoy it, but I don't really care to watch sports. I'd rather be playing if I'm gonna do anything, but I don't play anymore either. Yeah, it's called football. I don't speak... What is this? Hold on, let me try to translate this really quickly. Oh, really? You're gonna do that to me, Google? You're gonna try to make me download something? Don't make me download something. I'm trying to translate that so I know what it says. South America champion. Do you know? No. No, I do not know. Spanish. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know any... I don't know. Yeah, I'm getting results for like championship and stuff. Yeah, I don't know anything about any teams or players that's current or anything. You understood most of it? Good for you, Pumble. I did not, but I'm also very tired. I've had a little bit of a migraine today. I've had a migraine today, and I've been trying to drink a lot of water. That's why I actually don't have a smoothie right now. I've been drinking lots of water today. I've had my head is just really hurt today. I took some Excedrin and some allergy stuff because I've also feel like my throat's a little sore. My head feels a little congested. But the pollen is falling off the trees like you wouldn't believe. It looks like it's snowing outside in the middle of the daytime in the sun. It's beautiful, actually. It's really pretty. You got all these big white floofs. But, oh my god. I think that's what's actively fucking me up. You got a few Spanish friends? Nice. Alright, Season 2, Clone Wars. Let's fucking go. It's just a lot of tree cum. I mean, you're technically right, and I hate that. I hate that you're technically right. I hate that you're technically right about that. That's unfortunate. You're welcome. Thanks. I didn't need that. I didn't need that at all. Alright, are you... I'm not getting audio. Why am I not getting audio? Oh, god damn it. Is it doing that audio bullshit again? Hold on. Do you hear it? Do you hear it, or is it just that it's not coming through my speaker? You can hear it, but I can't hear it. Okay. It's doing that bullshit. I had to completely deactivate, disconnect it from my laptop, disconnect it from the computer, and rehook everything up and reboot OBS to get it to work. I'm gonna... okay. This is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. Give me a second here. Let me reset my... What's your PC audio output on? Everything's set up the way it's supposed to. It's just that I don't know what it is with OBS. Sometimes I just have to reset all the connections and deactivate the layer and then reactivate the layer after I plug stuff back in, and then it works. So I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know what does it. Maybe it has to do with the update I did and resetting my computer, and maybe something got changed again. I don't fucking know. Nothing can ever just work and stay working, and I hate it. That's just part of being a streamer, and I understand that there's technical difficulties, but I swear to God, I feel like they happen to me on an abnormally strong basis. Now, I understand that I do not have the best computer. I understand I don't have the best equipment. I have a little mini PC, but it gets the job done for the most part. It's just fucking... I don't know. Maybe I just need a monster of a PC to fucking run everything the way it needs to without constantly being broken. I don't know, but it really feels like it's just OBS because I don't change anything. I deactivate the layer, unplug everything, plug it back in, reactivate, and it works. So I don't know. I don't think it's the PC. I don't know. Who knows? Who fucking knows? I didn't go to fucking tech college. My best friend has a beast of a PC compared to my laptop, and she has audio issues with Discord and OBS too. Yeah. I mean, I'll admit, it always makes me feel better when other people have issues, but still, why did that monitor... Did I bump my monitor cable? It says no signal. God damn it, I bumped my monitor cable. Fuck. Okay, hold on. How did I bump my monitor cable? What the fuck did I do? Now I am breaking stuff. God damn it. Alright, let's take a look. Take a look. It's in. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. Okay, let's see. There we go. That fixed it. This time, no, that time it was my fault. I bumped my monitor cable and it came loose. So I jammed that in there real good. Oh, shit.
Bravery, valor, unity, the lifeblood of victory on the battlefield and in space.
It all begins on the planet Camino, where Jedi General Shark T oversees the training of clones with the help of contracted bounty hunters. Bred to be perfect soldiers, these cadets must first be subjected to intense physical and mental training before heading off to war.
Wait, what? No. Did it reset what episode we were on? It did. I was like, wait, this is wrong. Hold on. I 110% don't know why it did that. I actually thought that wasn't even in the playlist anymore. There we go. We'll get there. Yeah! Star Wars! Courage makes heroes, but trust builds friendships. I was like, wait a minute.
A series of medical stations have been established as a lifeline for those in need. But the facilities are easy prey on separatist attacks. After losing contact with the medical station orbiting Volusia, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker in a separate tunnel.
Dude, attacking hospitals is such fucking dick move, man. You didn't even notice until I mentioned it? Oh, damn. That's a cool ship. The way it drops down like that.
Guess we know what happened to the medical station.
Almost certainly not. Yeah, there we go. Don't blame the tools you're given. After we just got done shitting on OBS.
Just wander around aimlessly. We need a plan. You always taught me to go. My instincts go that. Well, that doesn't seem right. You never be mine. You crash the ship your way. Very funny. I see your sense of humor, survival. It's not the only thing.
If you two are done arguing, I think there's some smoke on the horizon. People. And a way off this planet.
Well, that's a very phallic planet. Well, oh, I'm just gonna leave it alone. I mean, tell me I'm wrong. Just saying. How do I get my hands on some of that? Let me get that. Let me get that.
Folks are ready to be harvested. Who's lying about? There's something to miss. Well, there's one thing I learned.
Isn't this a map in Battlefront 2? Plant me in with the herbs.
Someone's here to pick up the silver.
I still don't get it. Where is this woman?
You only played the Ewok hunt with me? Aw.
It's not important.
Well, how about this cow with their fight? Wait a minute. 4 on 1? You mean 4 on 2?
We don't count him.
Two counts me. What's on there? Can't you see he's a Jedi? Insane.
Say, need I remind you, Princess, you are going to be with us.
But with the Jedi's help,
Excuse me, but help you with what?
pirates.
Pirates.
Stay there. Don't give the pirates a portion of our crop. They will destroy homes with us in it. I see your dilemma. Food farming is a meager trade. Without our herbs to sell, we will have no money, food, fuel, or equipment. And yet you can afford to pay mercenaries. These bounty hunters drive a far more reasonable bargain than the pirates. Why not just fight them yourselves? You perhaps. Look at us. We are farmers, not warriors. Even with the bounty hunters' help, I have here first. Now that there are 7 of you, what do you want, gentlemen? We need a ship. Ours is beyond repair.
That's it doesn't go anywhere without us. And right now, we're busy.
Busy extorting farmers.
I don't hear you offering to help.
Unfortunately, we couldn't help even if we wanted to.
What? Master, these farmers are in trouble. Why do we have
Believe me, Silver, I would like nothing more. However, we need to report that the medical station has been destroyed. If we stay too long, the separatists will show up looking for us here.
But
Better they get robbed by pirates than attract the interest of General Grievous and his order.
We can't help even if we wanted to. That implies that you don't want to help. Just saying.
Your name is my own business. And my business is taking what's ours.
there's nothing here that's yours. Unless you're here to buy it.
It's very un-Jedi-like, Obi-Wan. Yeah, you should be showing compassion.
Can't believe you gave up this because of me.
You know each other.
Of course we do. And of course,
I love you. It's okay to get married. What's up, Abdullah?
if you're truly interested in friendship, I suggest you stop threatening these farmers. What? Oh, please tell me you have not witnessed them do this bounty hunting stuff.
Stop. We're just here to help them protect what's theirs.
Oh, come, my dear. How much are they paying you?
Does not matter. Whatever it is, I will double it.
And all you have to do to earn it is step aside.
We don't break deals.
Yes or no to what?
What is your stake anyway?
All we want is a ride to the nearest Republic outpost, and I'm willing to pay you handsomely for it. Twice what you could make selling this crop.
Well, how do you plan to pay me?
A funds transfer when we arrive.
Republic credit? We've been over this before, Kenobi. My associates don't accept that currency.
I'm offering a deal that benefits us all, Tom. Don't let your greed blind you to that fact.
You know I like you, Kenobi. But maybe I'll use this planet until I get my cinema.
Then I hope you enjoy it here, because you'll be staying a long time. Parasite.
You know, this crop has not been harvested. You better hurry before things start to die on you.
When the attack comes, it will come from two fronts.
Yes or no? What? What are you talking about?
Village to the north.
Yes or no on what?
Two, you must defend both sides.
But there are only 4 of them. How can 4 bounty hunters defend against so many? Sorry, to grant there. Please double check.
No. No, I'm not gonna marry some rando person on the internet for money. I am not a mail order bride, thank you.
I'm sure you're good at what you do, but you are in way too deep.
Said the peacekeeper who fails to keep the peace.
The rift in the galaxy is not our fault. If more worlds would stand up for themselves against the Separatists, this war would have been over long ago. That's it. We'll just train the villagers to defend themselves.
We are just simple farmers. Why we pay bounty hunters to defend us if we're just going to end up doing it ourselves?
Does that line ever work? Because I think not. Yeah, no. Nothing says, like, I respect you, like I can buy you, like you're an item. No.
Put it in the box.
All right, everyone, form up. Divide into rows of 5.
We are not soldiers. We don't even have weapons.
Easy do.
Yeah, but you're also like 2 feet taller than them.
What happens if you need the bomb as a fallback position? With all the cylinder, it will be difficult to squeeze the farmers in.
There's room.
I worry that you care more for the safety of the cinema than you do for the safety of the villagers.
You think I'm only worried about my profit. Is that it?
The thought had crossed my mind.
So, in your mind, I'm just like any other planet.
We're small, but we mighty.
In my
Not entirely. But it is easier to protect the villagers and the city if they're both in the same place.
Then might I suggest
You might suggest anything you like, General Kenobi, but I know what I'm doing, and I will keep these people safe. Mind you. Therapist?
Don't look. I'm having a suit malfunction.
He's small and mighty.
Not very intimidating, am I?
You don't have to look tough to be tough.
He's adorable. No. He's small and mighty. You got all kinds of small and mighty people. Grogu needs one of those. always thought it'd be cool if they souped up his little, what is that called? Like bassinet.
Police teaching us to twirl these stupid balls as time could instead beating those pirates yourself. And what good would that do? Another band of brigands would inevitably come along. Or do you intend to give away part of your crop every harvest season? If you let us do this, there won't be another harvest season. All right, everyone, get back in position. Let's continue.
There, a scout. Ambo.
That's pretty cool helmet. Shield helmet's always a win. Very Mortal Kombat-y. Dark.
Yes, when the scout fails to report on them, you'll be coming soon.
Reminds me of a Tekken fighter. You know, I never really got into fight games, but I know Tekken is Worm. Worm loves Tekken. That's his shit.
They'll never do that. So it looks like the Jedi are involved, doesn't it? Or, at least we now know we can't take these villagers for granted. But you know what I always say? Speak softly and drive a big tank.
Speak softly and drive a big tank. Good advice.
Turn on the fence.
Battle positions, everyone.
I mean, to be fair, they probably should have been training inside of a facility. You could get away with so much stuff in kid shows back in the day. I don't think you can really get away with this level. Everything is so sanitized now. There's a lot of pretty brutal deaths in this. I mean, you don't see them, but you know. Yeah, fuck him up, little guy. That would be a good inspiration for one of them small guys to see an even smaller guy fucking win, you know? Oh, it's a nose.
Can you hear me? I'll put you inside. It's going to tear the villagers apart.
No.
Get him inside. We'll hold them off as long as we can.
Anything that's horse adjacent, I'm like, no. Dang, they fucking went Ewok on that guy. really is like an anti-villain. You know, he's not quite like an anti-hero, but he's like an anti-villain.
Your situation is hopeless. Welcome back to Are you alright?
So Lion King-y. Brother.
Skywalker. Let me go.
Wouldn't that have been an incredibly close call for him, though?
He's no longer.
What a funny way to say you've lost. This is no longer profitable.
Fields to till. Huts to rebuild. Now it's getting worse. How can I ever thank you for saving our village? We didn't save your village, Jesus. Your people did. First time in my memory. My people don't have to be afraid. We will never forget.
I mean, you could probably...
I seem to find myself light on company. Still need that ride back to the Republic outpost?
If it wouldn't be an inconvenience.
On the contrary, it would be my pleasure.
So only a couple of her friends? Only a couple of them didn't die? Damn. I guess the sniper chick didn't make it. So, yeah, I think it would probably be beneficial for the little guys to keep the bounty hunters there to continue to train them, you know? Really hone in their skills. That isn't what I wanted. They'd probably charge them for it. Yeah, but at least instead of charging them for protection, you're charging you're charging them for a service to help, that will benefit them in the long run, you know?
Desperate measures. In one of the longest and fiercest battles of the war, separatist forces are on the verge of claiming the planet Malastair. If the Republic loses this planet, it will cost them vital fuel resources necessary for maintaining their armies. In a final effort to turn the tide of this battle, Supreme Chancellor Palpatine has authorized the use of the Republic's newest weapon, the Electro-Proton Bomb. Now at the Imperial Palace of Dol Jiris, the leader of the Dogs, the Jedi count down the minutes until the detonation of their...
Welcome in, Uzi!
On a clankers. I assure you, Doziers, that will not happen. Dr. Ball has stated that only droids will be affected by the bomb's electron.
Yes, the clones and your people will be quite safe.
Oh.
Leave the count.
Just as quickly as Uzi came, he was gone.
Concerns me.
Welcome in, Master Chief.
There must be other options.
I'm afraid not. This droids are on the move.
is that? What is with holding the line but not being behind any form of cover? You're just there. You're just in the open. Seems kind of not smart for long-term living. It's a good game plan for short term, not a good game plan for long term. Hello, referee. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. We're just watching some Star Wars. I'm not sure they're aware that shield walls are a thing. Yeah, sure seems like it. Someone forgot to tell clones some very important defense strategies. Fire, yeah. We're watching the entire Star Wars saga, the entire month of May. We're watching everything Star Wars from start to finish. Very excited for it. I think for the first time in forever, I'll be completely, not forever, but in a long time, I'll be completely up to date. That is a hell of a fucking bomb. See, why don't they just do that everywhere? Just do that. Like, I get it. It's inconvenient for the Republic's stuff, but that would completely end the war.
Looks like it worked.
Higher. Oh, sorry about that. Is that better? You spoke about a giant AMP last night. Yeah. Yeah, like, it would suck for the Republic temporarily because they would, they'd have to reset a lot of their gear and stuff, but it would completely end because the entire Separatists, all their armies are fucking droids. That would end the war. That would completely end the war. I mean, you would still have separatist people, obviously fucking Palpatine and stuff, but it would be a huge setback. The Discord, there should be a pinned chat that says this is the channel you're looking for, and it includes the Discord link. Also, here is the scrolling Discord. But we are on Clone Wars Season 2/3 because of how out of order it is, So it's, everything's in chronological order. Everything's been edited to be in chronological order, including deleted scenes. So, it's cool. Damn, impressive. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I do my best. I do my best to give you guys the best. Imagine if they used the EMP bomb on the enemy droid factories. Yeah. Like, I would probably hit the enemy droid factories first. Take out the spawn point and then work your way out. Were you able to get the Discord link? If not, I can post it again. Yeah, this is us. This is where we're at and what we're watching. Due to copyright, it's backwards, it's behind text, it's see-through, and the audio's off. Not trying to get copyright stricken. I'm not trying to break any copyrights anyways. I'm just trying to have a fun watch party with everybody. Oh, you sent me a friend request. Okay, cool.
We appreciate the quality. Without your fuel, our offensive will grind to a halt.
This is the beginning of a great alliance.
What happened to the trip?
Well, that's not necessary. I wouldn't be sending that stuff out. I will accept your friend request, but I did not look at what you sent very detailed, but I will not be pulling that up in the future, I can tell you that.
Skywalker, something strange is going on. I think you should come down. I'm on my way. R2, start up my fighter. If you'll excuse me.
I never switched to my knee so hard that I kicked the faceplate of my Xbox. Aww. Is your knee okay? Is your foot okay? Is your Xbox okay? I was trying to think of all the things that were affected by that. Just mad fine. Well, I'm gonna tell you something. Just as friendly advice, unsolicited pictures can get you in very serious trouble. I'm pretty chill, but that's not my style. I'm very much a chill person. I'm a class act bitch. I swear like a sailor, but I'm very class act. But in all seriousness, people get themselves in trouble doing that. And once that shit's out there, it's out there forever. You can't get it back. So I don't even send things to people I date. So you won't catch me. I could be married for 30 years, they ain't getting anything digitally. Thanks for that. Of course, of course. And as far as your other compliment, thank you, appreciate that. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder is what I always like to say. And I'm just roughing it. I'm not wearing makeup except for my lips, and I'm in a cardigan and shit. So thank you for that. I wasn't even trying, really. I don't know, random people on the internet think that's an okay thing to do to a stranger. Well, let's give Ruffy a chance here. Let's not shame him. All we can do is give him some advice. Some friendly advice. Something about you I like your outfit and you got a good face. Well, thanks. You know, I work with what I got. I had someone tell me once I like the way your face is arranged, and I've never... I was like, I don't know how to take that. Thanks. But with all due respect, Ruffy, I do agree with Bumble. That's not necessarily an appropriate thing to do to strangers, to flash them. That is technically a crime that you can get arrested for. So, just be mindful of that. Unsolicited stuff like that is something that people can press charges on. They really can. They really, really can. So, just... I will give you that fun, fair warning. Oh, yeah, that's considered indecent exposure and sexual harassment. Those are charges that can get you put in jail. Because most people don't want to see other people's genitalia unless they ask. And I don't know how old you are, but if you're underage, that's also solicitation of child pornography, even if you're underage, or not solicitation, that's distribution. So even if you're underage and it's of you, you can still get in trouble for that. You may never know until you shall receive. You're old enough. I'm just saying, if you're underage, that's also technically a thing. And you can get the other person in trouble, even if they didn't want it. I'm just saying, just so you're aware, because like I said, I don't know how old you are. I didn't look at the picture. I saw there was a body on the photo, and I scrolled up immediately because I don't do that. That's a very non-answer. Yeah. That is a very non-answer. I'm just gonna move along. I'm not gonna poke at it.
We cannot allow the destruction of an innocent life form.
But yeah, I'm just letting you know the potential dangers and consequences of your actions if you do that with someone who's not as forgiving. And you know, I'm a lenient God. I'm a benevolent God. So I'm a little. It's all about context. So you know, no poking. But we can move on. It's fine. I just wanted to kind of give you all the potential problems that kind of stuff can arise. A very nice one. I am. At least I like to think I am. I like everybody. I try to be nice. I try to be a beacon of positivity in the world.
We can find a place where to live undisturbed any other way. Like what did the ducks have to say? They want us to help them destroy it. That by all means help. This creature is of no importance to us. Can we alienate the ducks at this crucial time? It is not the Jedi way to take an innocent life, especially if it is the last of its kind.
Chancellor Palpatine, I think it would be in our best interest to study this creature. Its outer scales are virtually impenetrable. None of our weapons could harm it.
Even my lightsaber couldn't.
If we could somehow duplicate that for our ships.
What if we let the ducks think we kill? Then we can have the treaty and the creature. Yes, I think it. Good. When I was climbing on the creature, I noticed small gaps between the armor and its scales. Maybe a stun cannon or a pulse could penetrate through the skin and short-circuit its nervous system, like putting it into a deep sleep.
He's right. It would appear to be dead. We could transport it to a secure location before it wakes up. The ducks would never know the difference.
That may be the only way we shall get this treaty signed. And rest Master Windu's conscience. These are no ordinary weapons. Your Zillo beast will be no match. Maybe, but our way is already proven. Your way.
For those who don't know, Trapper and Hawkeye are characters from 1970 show MASH. Yeah, Yeah, you are 100% right, and that did not occur to me. Hawkeye is the main character. Politics in the Republic and Empire is never easy. No, politics in general are never easy. I'm trying to balance all the chats here. So many things.
We're only going to provoke it. We'll drive it out of that hole, and then it'll be harder to deal with.
What's up, Fox Warrior? Love giving. Very welcome for the follow. Thank you. Love giving love to other streamers. Keep up the good work. With much love. Aw, why thank you. Appreciate it. Greatly appreciate it. Welcome to being a nugget of awesome. We usually play games and stuff, but for Star Wars month, we're doing a streamathon. We also do a streamathon for Halloween. We do Spooktober movies 24/7 all month long in the Discord. And like literally, I think we did like 400 movies last year. We did a lot. We did a fucking lot. You're still live. Yes, I am still live. It's about 2:30 in the morning. It's very late. Think we almost reached 500? Yeah, we did a lot of movies. Yeah, because we had movies going 24/7, nonstop, and no repeats. We didn't do any repeats. This is real Godzilla vibes. Giant space lizard. Can't be taken down by electrical stuff. None of the weapons work on it. Tough 5 weeks, but it was worth it. Yeah, we fucking went crazy. I have Yu-Gi-Oh! Blue Eyes Dragon. I never got into Yu-Gi-Oh!
The beam on him, he's getting tired.
Yes, I'm sure, but you go first. How does one move a gigantic space Godzilla? Well, wait, Space Godzilla's already a thing. Never mind. This is different. A different Space Godzilla.
Welcome to the Republic, Jones. I am sure this business arrangement will be mutually beneficial.
The beast has been loaded onto the transport. You selected a plan for the location.
There has been a slight change of plans. The scientific community has reviewed the data of this rather unique creature. They believe it should be further studied in a more controlled environment before it is released into the wild.
And where is this controlled environment?
On Coruscant. Master Windu, you and General Skywalker shall safely bring the beast here.
Golly, you're pretty. Aw, thank you.
Made the right choice. We got our fuel, you saved your creature, and now he'll be safe.
It's very sweet.
Let's hope we can say the same.
You want to bring that to a planet-sized city. They're just trying to make Space Godzilla. They're trying to do Space Godzilla inside Star Wars. Why would you take Godzilla? That's like purposely taking Godzilla out of the ocean and putting him in the middle of Tokyo. It's like, we will get Gojira. We will put him inside of Tokyo. Like, no, that's a bad idea. That's a really bad idea. Yeah, have everybody with the weapons that don't work. Totally. Totally a good call. One thing about all the episodes being out of order when I first watched this is it makes it really hard to keep track and follow all the stories. So it's kind of like I'm watching some of these for the first time again. Since everything's in order this time. We call Godzilla an Uber. Okay, here we go. We're gonna wake up this ancient horror. We're gonna call him an Uber. And we're gonna taxi him into the city. Yeah, solid plan.
I did not make this decision lightly, Master Jedi. The sooner we unlock the Zillo Beast secrets, the sooner we can end this terrible. Hope you're right.
I know he's evil, but they really did him dirty on the nose design with the Palpatine. I did that with King Kong, and how did that end? Right. Giant monkey that's a fraction of the size, depending on which version. Depending on which kaiju version you're watching. Yeah. Yeah, that didn't go well. And he was able to be killed somewhat easily. You at least knew how to kill him. Although, to be fair, that went bad for moral reasons more than anything.
Chancellor want to bring the beast here. Know that the things by study, if the knowledge could prove beneficial. What you and Anakin reported on Malsec, that hardly seems worth the effort.
I raised the issue with the Chancellor during the battle, without success.
Well, in that case, perhaps it's time we let someone else try.
It drives me crazy that the fucking plot armor for the Emperor is that nobody can sense his wrongdoing because that's just like his superpower. That's his thing with the Force. I hate that plot armor so much. That's always bothered me. Aww.
That's enough. Its scales are remarkably strong and light. If we could examine their composition...
I don't know. I hope they don't have any giant skyscrapers on Coruscant.
And what is stopping you?
We need to remove the scales first. It's very difficult, not to mention painful.
Would it not be more efficient to simply kill the beast? Kill it? Sure.
Chancellor, I must protest. Besides being the last of its kind, this creature may be intelligent.
I find that hard to believe. It is, after all, just a man.
It didn't seem to like your comment.
I applaud your high moral stance, Papa. After all, principles and short support.
Yeah, let's piss it off, too. Let's insult its intelligence.
Minute of warfare brings countless deaths. Deaths that could be prevented once the beast's secrets are unlocked. If there is any way to hasten that process, it is our moral duty to explore it.
Serve at your pleasure, Chancellor. I'm just not sure.
To his face. Bright idea, yeah.
The fact remains that the beast is indestructible.
Nothing is truly indestructible, Doctor. Wasn't there something in Malastare fuel that affected the beast?
It weakened the Zillo, yes, but...
Excellent. I suggest you start there.
Wait, did she just call it a Zillo?
You need to find a way to kill the beast, or we shall replace you with someone who can.
She did. That's the name of this, the Zillo beast. It is. It's supposed to be Zilla. It's supposed to be Zilla. Hence the eye shot that looked very much like Zilla. The Zilla cover, you guys remember the Zilla cover? Where it was the up close of the eye. I thought that looked a little too much. It's all clicking together now. The Zillo beast is a direct rip of Zilla. Okay.
I was just meeting Obi-Wan.
Master Kenobi explained the problem. I'm here to help.
Why is she wearing a wicker basket for a hair, like,
The situation with our
hairband?
friend from Alistair? You see what's going on. Eh? You think I can help influence the Chancellor?
The Zilla beast was chained up and brought here against its will. It has no voice to defend itself. Anakin, we have to be that voice.
You haven't seen it in action. You have no idea what it's capable of.
It's what we're capable of that frightens me. A creature's life, maybe even an entire species, is at stake. Doesn't that at least warrant a discussion?
I didn't think you feel so strongly about it. Let's speak to the Chancellor.
Kudos to Anakin there. Once he realized how serious Padme was, he was like, okay.
Isn't that precisely the point?
But to be honest, his moral compass
Wartime, so it must be kept safe
is skewed.
from the people so as not to aid the enemy. It is unfortunate that the beast must die, Senator, but the greater good demands it.
How is killing the last of a species, in secret and without debate, good for anyone?
Don't you have more pressing issues that require your attention today?
No, Mr. Speaker, I do not.
I
Yeah.
sympathize, my boy.
Padme's my girl.
But consider this. A democracy is only as strong as the people who comprise it. At present, the people I am charged with protecting are dying faster than I can count. It is my moral imperative to take action. And is it not savage beast to give our brave troops the advantage?
Yeah, his ears go from his jaw
My role is
up here. That's wild. It's fucking wild.
certain a reasonable solution will present itself. Mr. Kenobi has taught you well. Chancellor. Excuse me.
Not to mention, they start up here, and then they go back here.
Whose side are you on?
Yours, but Mr. The Chancellor makes some good points.
No, he doesn't, Anakin. How is Anakin so easily manipulated? I don't understand.
I trust you have some.
He could fly with them. He's got them Dumbo ears.
I was able to convert the Alistair fuel toxin into a poison gas. I believe it's now strong enough to kill the Zilla beast. If that's still how you wish to proceed.
I wish I saw an alternative. However, sadly, I must ask you to proceed with your assignment.
I'm sorry. Don't worry. It will all be over soon. Begin procedure. Vital signs are dropping.
Yay! We're gonna piss it off and release it into the city.
It should have been enough.
You're a bad person. If only we knew that was going to happen. How could we have ever foreseen this? Oh no, this is such a surprise. Silly. It happened so suddenly and without warning. This is completely shocking. My sense of reality is shifted. Oh, it even kind of sounded like Zilla there.
Doctor, were you successful?
We have a problem, sir.
You know, if this were actually a Zilla movie, he would get killed. Right? Like, if this was actually Zilla, because he's like the main antagonist, the one that set it up, he would get eaten or stepped on or something.
I suggest you hurry.
Evacuate
Stay with General Kenobi. I'm on my way.
Better hurry, sir. You're missing all the fun.
If only. If only that didn't create a huge continuity error with literally everything else in the franchise. Hey, he's coming for you because you insulted his intelligence. Yeah, he hates you. That's all we have to do. We just give him Palpatine. The rest of the world is saved. The Separatist movement ends within a very short amount of time. Anakin doesn't turn to the dark side. The rest of the franchise literally can be saved if we just sacrifice Palpatine to this thing. Oh, look, a skyscraper. A skyscraper that he's climbed. My goodness. How did we know? How did we not know? The fact that it has a back arm is so weird. What a weird... Like, can you imagine having a back arm?
Perhaps now would be a good time to evacuate to the...
Like, it sounds useful, but really inconvenient. How do you sleep? Yeah, that's definitely Zilla. That's the fucking Zilla cover, man! You can't tell me it's not. Sleeping would be an issue, yeah.
We're almost at the load.
Like, I already struggle to sleep properly with 2 arms. Lay on one the wrong way, your shoulder feels all fucked up. Pinches, you know, you get sleep on it funny, something gets pinched. Sleeping on your side, try to sleep in the front. But if you have it curled up too much, then your fucking circulation gets cut off on the lower part of your arm. You accidentally roll on it, then it's numb.
And pass over to them immediately.
Does it have to be destroyed? The Jedi stun cannon.
Will not eliminate the problem. Our advanced technology simply cannot contain.
I wish we had never brought the beast here.
That's a butt arm. That'd be a butt arm.
Pardon me, Mistress Packard, that I believe something is bothering us. Evasive action.
He literally just wants him. We sacrifice Palpatine. Everybody else's fates are saved.
Tanks require solution. Prepare to fire.
Hold your fire. In the beast touches, the Chancellor is.
Anakin might be with him. And sensor on the dollar.
If the beast falls, at risk, their lives shall be.
The best astromech, the best droid.
Got an idea, but it's risky.
Throw Padme! Throw Padme! Throw Padme to safety. Throw C-3PO to safety. Throw R2-D2 to safety. You jump out. And then it gets to eat the ship. And Palpatine. And we're good.
It appears
There's C-3PO at it.
improvised plans.
How can there be a plan if it's improvised?
Not to worry. Just catch them when they fall.
I love Devil's plans for falling. Distract the beast machine to give Skywalker more time.
Or alternatively, we just throw Palpatine at it. Instead of everybody else jumping out to safety, we just throw Palpatine at him. And then everybody else can fly away to safety. I just wasn't sure of the status of the ship. It seems like the ship is probably not flyable.
hope you know what you're doing.
Well, it's not gonna be now. Now that he's cut it in
These
half.
are the fun events. Hang on.
Okay, so his problems with attachment. Literally everything and everyone he's attached to except for Obi-Wan is in danger at the same time. Wouldn't that be an anxiety-inducing plan for Anakin?
Co-pilots, fire.
Sure, the people of the city will have a lot of questions. Yeah. Imagine seeing a fucking eldritch horror in the middle of a city. It's the last of its kind. It's not something that's well known that exists.
You go, sir.
And then this just shows up in the middle of your city and fucks everything up. Poor C-3PO. You know, a concept I think would be really, really, really fun for Jedi. Well, for Star Wars in general. But to have someone, like, that's powerful, like Palpatine, get, like, amnesia, and then wake up and not remember being evil. Just having those powers. And then being conflicted. You know, guess. Light side, dark side fight and everything. A little bit of Zilla, a little bit of King Kong mixed in. Sad thing. Wasn't that a thing with Raven? Yeah, I think so, but he's not canon. And that's basic. That's kind of sorta in the Force Unleashed 2. Sorta, but it's like a clone. It's weird. It's done a little bit weird, but I would like to see it with someone like really powerful, like a prominent character. This is so King Kong right here. So King Kong. Mixing Zilla and King Kong together.
It's a tragedy that the Zillopies paid with its life for our mistakes. I will make certain that sacrifice was not made in vain.
would. Kill a new clone.
You want me to clone the beast?
Cloning the beast would be a good way to, in all reality, though his intentions are nefarious, it would be a good way to undo that damage. You know, you bring it back to life, reintroduce it into its natural habitat, you know, allow it to reproduce if you can, depending on what it is. But at the very least, you can at least clone it and bring it back so you don't have to worry about the moral implications of killing the last of a thing. You can just fix it and put it back out there. Providing it doesn't carry genetic memories. If it carries genetic memories, Palpatine better watch out. A true heart should never be doubted. Wouldn't that be cool? See in a movie. Let's rewrite the sequel trilogies. One of those things comes back and that's what kills Palpatine.
Separatist leader Papa the Lesser, safe in his newly ray-shielded factories, creates thousands of terrible new weapons, which launch off the assembly line against the outnumbered clone army.
Take out the shield, drop the EMP bomb, we're good.
Separatist conspiracy. But to find out what the senator from Scipio is up to, the council will need a spy of its own. Meanwhile, Jedi Anakin Skywalker has been away from Coruscant on a lengthy tour of duty leading the clone army. Now, Anakin returns for a long-awaited reunion with his wife, Padme Amidala.
Padme Amidala.
Anakin. That will be all for you.
Cool.
Yes, 3PO. Now go.
Anyway.
Okay, Star Wars. I say bomb the factories and you put them under ray shields.
Did you manage this?
It's right on the cargo freighter.
What happened to your military transport?
Anyway, the freighter captain was bringing a shipment to a restaurant here, and he gave me something to bring home. We just have to, well,
We call this home.
well, what else would I call it?
The new ambassador gave me something. I think I still have it here somewhere.
Cute.
Must be something good.
It is. It'll be perfect. 5 balsam bread. My specialty.
You have a specialty?
I know how to make lots of things. When I was little, I cooked every day. I've been saving it for a special occasion.
Leave me alone with you? I can't think of an occasion more special.
Hey. This is an important episode. I think this is is this the creation of the twins here? Giggity.
I couldn't agree more. But if Senator O'Connor has already refused to spy and sent to Verbus at the banking delegation, I am not sure how we can change her mind. That is why we asked you to send us out. I have been signaling him all night. I don't know where he is.
We do.
Me too.
It could be.
I have to report to the Jedi Council.
Right now?
Actually, about 7 weeks ago. If I keep delaying, Obi-Wan will send a clone squad out to find me. I've been ducking signals all night.
I understand.
I can sense that you're angry.
Don't think you can win it.
Padme, you shouldn't take this personally. Duty comes first, especially in wartime.
Don't be a Jedi. Don't work in politics. Go do a little.
What's going on?
Go have a moisture farm on Tatooine. You guys will have a beautiful life together.
You want to interrogate us? No. Treat Senator Clovis as a criminal. We should know. the slightest misstep could cause a major incident.
Don't get married in secret. Yeah.
Exactly. We need someone who's not a Jedi close to us. Someone who knows his purpose.
If not a Jedi, who?
A fellow senator.
Selected senator. Yeah. You want her to spy on Clovis? I don't think that's a good idea. There has to be someone else who's more qualified for this.
We chose Senator Helen because she and Clovis entered the Senate in the same year. They served on the same committees. They were good friends.
I didn't know that.
First supervisors for the senator, he's
Obi-Wan being like, oh, Anakin.
I wouldn't expect Senator O'Donnell to have a friend. Master Yoda has already asked her to spy on Clovis for us. And she refused.
Trust you, she does, Skywalker. That is why I convinced her.
I love how Obi-Wan's like, let's get Anakin to talk his wife, his secret wife, because we all know Obi-Wan knows. We all know. There's no way he doesn't know. He at least knows they're in a love relationship.
Now tell me about your dealings with Senator Clovis.
But yeah, let's watch this unfold.
Don't be spy on a clock and an old friend.
Old friend. How well do you know Clovis?
What does that matter? That was before we were together.
She said that awfully loud in front of people.
Sense of who this guy is. I'll need to brief whoever does end up spying.
I thought you were to talk me into becoming an agent for the Jedi.
That is not a job for you. I don't agree with the council on this. If
You still got one bag of popcorn left. I'll have to restock.
anywhere near me,
Clovis is conspiring with the Separatists?
I'm actually gonna do that
You
tomorrow.
didn't tell me that. I can't believe Clovis would do that. This is terrible. I never expected that from him. Someone has to find out the truth.
someone does. Just like you.
Why not me?
Because it's going to be dangerous. Whoever takes this mission will be putting their life at risk.
I've been in many tough situations before. It never seemed to bother you. I never stopped you from facing danger. You're constantly getting shot at.
I've been trained for that. Very different from spying on a traitor.
You mean I can't handle the mission?
I mean, I'm not going to let you do it.
You're not going to let me? It's not your decision to make. It's mine.
Lucky for us, you've already decided to refuse.
Actually, I just changed my mind. You've convinced me that it's vital to learn what Clovis is doing. I accept the mission to spy on him.
Even though I'm telling you not to.
Don't take it personally, Anakin. Duty comes first. Especially in war time.
Yeah. If you just left it alone, man.
I need to get back in touch with him. Clovis and I haven't spoken in a long time.
It's a statue. Give him your pen. What does that mean, Senator?
At one point, Clovis and I were close. It was my choice to return things to a strictly professional level. But Clovis didn't take it well.
Do you think you'll be able to rekindle a friendship with him?
Master.
Poor choice of words. Yeah.
Dangerous man. You realize that she's trying to trick you.
I'm aware of the risks of the Jedi, but I know I can regain Clovis.
Yeah. One of the things,
Get to him, but that's
like, I love Matt, right?
I'll do whatever is necessary to succeed in the mission.
and I'll do whatever I have to protect her.
The writing is really good. And his acting is really good. But it doesn't come off to me like, there's something about, like, Hayden Christensen comes off as really whiny and controlling. And he comes off Matt doesn't come off as whiny. He comes off as, like, he's matured more, but is still struggling with those, like, issues a little bit.
But I hate to say that.
Maybe you can say a few words on my behalf. I'm in the Han for more than these everyday escape trade transactions, but I can't ever seem to make progress.
I've got an idea. Come with me to Cato in the morning. Speak to them in person. I have leverage from the banking plan. You have diplomatic contacts. We can help each other.
Are you inviting me for political reasons or because you want us to be friends again?
Both, of course. Although I'm far more interested in your friendship than in politics.
In that case, I'll be happy to go. It'll be like old times.
On the contrary, it will be much better than old times.
Padme playing with a man's heart.
Senator Clovis,
Pardon me. You look exquisite. If you get tired, you can rest your head on my shoulder. Allow me, my lady. Oh, and this one's broken. Too bad. Ready for takeoff. What to do was fly the ship.
Attachment and afraid of loss issues. I feel like that was acceptable though. Like, I mean, that was. She is his wife, you know? She is his wife, so it would totally make sense that he'd be a little protective and not want some other dude macking on her. But he shouldn't be controlling.
Senator Dodd, please.
She wanted him to do that. I was glad he did, yeah.
Oh, pleasure to see you. Hope you and I can make a fresh start.
I came here with the very same hope. I believe in the second chances.
So do I, Senator.
She is playing the fucking... She is playing that manipulative female game hard.
This and I have some business to discuss.
One thing I love about Star Wars is political figures can just be walking around with like deep open back dresses and shit. That's my type of world. As long as you look good, you can wear it. You know what I mean?
You should never have thought I remember my Senator.
Rubio, after that long trip, I think I need a walk.
That would prove interesting. Agreed. For all the risks we're taking, we should be getting a greater share of the profits. Are you suggesting we change the terms of our agreement? No. A deal is a deal. I'd hate for something to happen to you. Forget yourself, Province. You cannot threaten me on my own planet. This is hardly your planet anymore. Not since you signed your holdings over to the banking plan in return for a stake in this new droid belt. We have company. Padme, what are you doing here?
Oh, I'm sorry to intrude. I was lonely, so I came looking for you.
My dear, I'll give you a proper tour later. Now let me take you back to your room so you can get dressed for dinner. If you'll excuse me. I'll see you at dinner. See you. How do you think I feel? I hate not to answer. But perhaps we won't have to. Now that we've finally found its weakness. What if we were to poison Senator? Clovis will do anything to save her. Only we to prove it. No thanks, Arturo. Soon Senator O'Dell finds me. She's gonna signal me to come inside.
Hello, T480. What's up?
It's my honor, Gaps. Please, share this drink.
Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Sometimes there's a delay on Rumble. Sorry about that.
Our toast. Friendship.
Of course.
Senator, everyone is eager to meet you.
How did she not see that?
To the door. Are you feeling
I'm fine.
Girl, your tits are about to pop out.
Perhaps we could return to the guest quarters. Unless you like a tour of the palace. It's truly worth seeing.
A tour sounds perfect.
You're dismissed for the night. Are you absolutely sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
My services are provided for the rest of the evening. Why is Pamela with you? She has been sent her clothes off her private tour of the palace. And you let her go off. I did try to warn her. I'm waiting for my business venture to start. I'm doing some private investing with guaranteed returns.
Could you bring me something to drink? I'm so thirsty all of a sudden. It's pounding.
Whole thing. It's the climate change. I'll be right back.
To be fair, it's not like he drugged her, you know? Like, because she really doesn't feel good. She's hamming it up, but...
Thank you, Claire. Senator Clovis. Baron Rush Clovis. Rush. Admin. Movements for Count Dooku's new droid foundry. Clovis and the piggy plant are behind it. Jedi Council has to see this evidence.
Final. Gotta go. Seems no one will take me with me. Still dying of thirst.
Yeah, just act natural.
It tastes so good. I guess I was just thirsty.
Come that way. You'll be in bed.
Slip it into your dress, girl.
You're so good to me, Clovis. I don't deserve your kindness.
It's nice to hear you say that.
Wait all night.
What is missing?
Because of you.
I wasn't sure you still had feelings for me.
Just leave. There you go, Anakin.
You said something earlier. We were in the middle of our official duties. Duty comes first. No matter.
What's wrong? Take good care of this, R2. Get the ship ready for takeoff. Stay with her. I'll go get a medical tour. Excellent, Diane. I'm afraid this situation is quite beyond my capacity. If I'm not here in 5 minutes, leave without me. No matter what happens, the council has to see this hologram. I know her symptoms. She's been poisoned. What do you mean? She could die. Get a hold on yourself, Senator. She is a Republic spy. What? No. Code Padme. No. You did steal it.
But it's not in her purse.
Leave us.
He has no proof.
It's just a... The hologram disc is gone. I see
I didn't want to believe that you were involved with the Separatists. But you are. You're a traitor.
Where is the disc you stole?
It's on its way to the Senate. Your scheme is finished.
Get away from her. If you want to live. How dare you speak like that to me? I'm a senator. What's wrong with her? Locked dog poisoned her. She's dying. I'll take her to the doctor's report soon. There's not enough time for that. Locked dog must have an antidote. She's stolen a very valuable disc from me. Return it, and I'll get the antidote from Locked Dog. I prefer to negotiate with Locked Dog in person. No, you cannot be told that you lost the disc. I'm sure he'd be very interested in hearing all about this. He might kill me if he finds out. Still, it's her life that I worry about. She must be safe because I love her. In that case, I suggest you help us back to the senator's ship before Locked Dog finds it. Come with me, quickly.
I don't know about you, but if it were me, I would have played dumb. I'd have been like, I don't know what you're talking about. What disc?
It's going on. I'm sorry, Lord. Senator Amidala is very ill. We're taking her to the ship. If Senator Amidala is ill, she should not be moved. I have contacted the authorities on the move. They thought it best to take her back to Coruscant. The doctors there are better equipped. You cannot leave. Give me the antidote or you're dead. You will pay for this. Give Clovis the antidote. Your kindness is
Wouldn't you have a medical droid analyze it first to make sure it's just not like double poison? Yeah, Padme didn't need to say anything. Right. He opened the purse first to see there was nothing in there.
Wait! Give me back my disc! Don't worry, Clovis. It's good to know you have a heart. I wish I could give you the disc, but I have a lot of faith in your survival skills. Where's that medicine, 3PO?
Also, they could have just taken Clovis with them to charge him as a traitor.
Need to talk. Don't believe that here again. It is unfortunate.
R2 and C-3PO wouldn't have been able to tell if it was the antidote anyways, and would you trust an enemy med droid? Well, yeah, R2 and C-3PO wouldn't be able to. But, I mean, a med droid's a med droid.
55 kills.
But mine had 76. Well, I'm glad you two are enjoying yourselves. Hey, it's just a little friendly competition, Master. Nothing to worry about. What I worry about is the way this war seems to be drawing out. No end in sight. Which is why it is crucial our invasion of Geonosis meets with success. Agreed. So, contact the Outer Rim Command. We're ready for our briefing.
They're already waiting for us.
The battle, fucking Geonosis gets so fucked. Like, it's like sad almost, but don't fuck with the Separatists and don't find out.
Protected by a shield generator. Anakin, Kiadi, and I shall attempt a three-pronged attack through their defense lines to a staging area just short of the shield. Once we've landed, we shall knock out the shield generator. That is our primary target. Isn't it risky committing 3 generals to one area of the enemy? If something went wrong, we could be dealt a serious blow. To ensure it rise again, Geonosis does not capture power limits. Of course. And obey
They get, yeah, they do. Yeah, they get fucked hard.
May the force. Good. Cody. These are the coordinates for the rendezvous.
Yeah, Geonosis pretty much becomes a wasteland.
Getting past the defenses here. General defensive lines. We will make our assault from the middle. General Skywalker will make his attack on the defensive lines from the south. And we'll meet at the rendezvous point at 0700 exactly. If we meet with strong resistance and are forced down away from the landing zone, hold up until we join our forces before attacking the shield generator.
Their front lines are heavily fortified. Look at that giant wall with all the gunning vessels. It won't be easy to get past.
Don't worry, we're not going anywhere near that. Come now. What happened to all the enthusiasm I saw earlier? Don't worry about us. You just make sure you get yourself to that landing.
I wonder if any of these specific battles in Star Wars are kind of like Star Wars retellings of real battles.
I'll meet you in the hangar.
Like, I wonder if there's a war that took place and one of the battles was of a very prominent base and a three-pronged attack happened. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if there's like, if it's one for one kind of thing. Because it wouldn't surprise me if there's like history stuff in here.
Last night's chain will fall and attacked by several humongous monsters. That sounds entertaining. It was. For the Genosians. Yes, sir. Well, he's got a head start. Have to catch up. Good luck, General. There is no such thing as luck.
I guess when you can manipulate the Force, that's true. I know there were battles in the movies that had maps of certain worlds, landscapes, and in the games you see the same map showing the worlds that you're on. Yeah. I just wonder if any of it's based off anything real. Because that'd be cool. I think there's one on the Wookiee homeworld that was basically D-Day. Yeah, probably. The landing on Normandy, yeah.
load the engine onto the Taurus. We'll make for that bridge. Any luck, we can meet up with Skywalker on his way to Kenobi's position.
Bro has such a tall head. That also seems incredibly inconvenient. You're running into all kinds of shit.
One time I actually asked Obi-Wan for help. There's nowhere to be found.
Well, what if something happened to General Kenobi? He could be injured.
No time for that kind of talk. Rex, we need to mobilize. Now, get the men together. We're gonna rush the guns. So, you're with me. We need to give Rex cover for the attack.
Good. Just get to work.
Hey, I'm worried about them too. But you have to keep your mind in the here and now. Otherwise, we'll never be able to help them. Ready?
I love that footage. That shot where it's like you're running along with them. They really added that realism to it.
Woman, I'm glad to see you. Trapper and I are the only ones still alive.
Good to see you, Sam. Commander Nugget established the square just beyond this position. Bugs are on the move and trying to surround us as we speak, sir. Got the job. 18636. Lay down cover fire.
Nothing too serious. What's this?
Two generals on the ground beyond the position. Massive bugs surrounding us. The enemy is more than prepared for our attack, sir. And you are every move.
Well, I'm sure General Skywalker and General Moonbeam will make it to our position. We just have to make sure we're still here when they arrive.
Negative, Captain. We will be unable to provide any air support at this time. I understand that, sir. But we have 3 attack forces on the ground and only 1 at the landing zone.
This is a planetary-wide invasion, Captain. If I divert resources to your position, it will mean sacrificing other areas of the campaign.
All I can do at this time is help General Skywalker. All right, sir. I'll report to the general.
Give me every fighter who can scrape up. Have you located General Skywalker's position? We think he's somewhere along the eastern barrier. That's not a barrier. It's a fortress.
Fuck 'em up.
It's not my fault. You were supposed to study the hologram.
Giant wall, and you said, don't worry. We won't be anywhere near that.
Just get ready to climb.
General, let the squad protect the tanks. Are you sure this is the shortest way to the landing zone?
Don't.
The sass.
All I can do
Yeah,
is try.
that's so sassy. She's not wrong though. You can't say you should have studied the holo map, and she's like, she did. She actively did. Like, she's right. I told you about the giant wall. This is the giant wall I was telling you about. Remember that time where we were looking at the hollow map and I was like, hey, there's this giant wall. You remember that? This is that wall, the thing that I said earlier. But no.
Keep us covered. Too much laser fire. Soap and I will handle this. Just be ready when that wall comes down.
Did he just put a single bomb in his backpack? Like, that's enough. Woo! If you do it right, you only need one, so...
How many droids have you shut down so far? Behind. Let's go.
You notice how the clones behind the rocks don't immediately get killed?
We need to put the explosives
That's a
inside.
crazy concept. That's a crazy, crazy concept. You mean the smart clones? Yeah. Just throwing Rex up in the air, man. Poor Rex. Yeah, he didn't deserve that. That was like called for.
Where's the fun in that? Come on. We can't keep Obi-Wan waiting.
Nothing in my body would allow me to jump off of a fucking drop like that. There's no way. The shit they put him through. Yeah. It's fucking terrible. Like, it's so fucked.
You took a slight detour to put us out of communications. Indeed. But now the road is clear. I can see the landings. It does not look good. Can you get me out where you are?
That's the best way to deal with a bug hole. I had ground wasps. I don't know if you have those over there, but they are nasty. They may technically be hornets. I don't know, but they fucking burrow their nests in the ground. So when you mow over them, they start fucking attacking you. And I had that happen. You guys have those? Yeah. I was mowing my grass and they decided that because they didn't like it, they're gonna fucking attack. I poured gasoline down that hole. I poured gasoline down that hole and a bunch of fucking bug spray and like hornet and wasp spray. Fucking shot it down that hole and then fucking set it on fire and covered it. Like I burned it. This fucking... You could hear it under the ground, all the buzzing, and you could feel it. It was a huge hive. I haven't had a problem with them since, though.
From there, you'll be able to temporarily jam their scanners so they are unable to target the incoming tanks.
Red flying ants? I don't know if I have those here.
Bring the rest of the troops in with the gunships. Consider it done, Master.
But yeah, I've only had to deal with those once. I hadn't seen them before. Like I've been here for a while, and I had never seen them before. I think that was last year. It may have been the year before, but I was not having it. That shit pissed me off. I hadn't seen them before. I don't know what made them decide to take up residency here, but I haven't seen them since. I don't even mind regular wasps, honestly. Like, regular wasps are just... They're pollinators. They're obviously more aggressive than bees. But, I mean, if you leave them alone for the most part, they won't really fuck with you. But those things... That shit hurt. Red ants bite like a motherfucker. Yeah, there's red ants in Florida. I've had my experiences with red ants, but I don't know about flying red ants. And their anthills are gigantic. They're fucking huge. When I was like 2 years old, I stepped in. I will never forget that. Me and my mom were washing the car and doing what old school people do, you know, one person has a hose, one person has a bucket and a sponge, and water fight and everything, and I had backed up and I didn't see it. I was like 2, and the fucking anthill was about as high as I was, and I immediately, my whole body got swarmed, and that shit. Hated ants ever since. Hated ants ever since. I've lightened up on them a lot, but for the longest time, I could not stand ants. Like, that shit caused some serious trauma.
I'll never understand how you can simplify these battles into some kind of game. Well, take care of yourselves. I expect to see
I
you
am so lovely. Aw, wow, thank you.
We shall do our
Thank you, gun.
65.
Oh, wait, why didn't that upgrade?
My temper. 65. So what do I win?
I'm gonna refresh the chat. The chat's being silly.
That is a gift Anakin rarely bestows, I assure you.
I'm in the get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I saw that. Wasps and bees never bother you. Yeah. I don't have a problem with them. Pollinators are so important, you know, anymore. Like, even wasps. Wasps are pollinators, just like bees. So I try not to kill them unless I absolutely have to. If they're aggressive and build their nest, I will. If they're like build their nest close to the house, but if they're docile and build their nest in my areas, I don't mind. Like, there's last season I had a wasp nest in my garden shed, and I would go in there and they would fly around and just not even care, pay attention. Or I'd be on the porch and I have this pole and it's hollow, and they made a nest in it, And I'd be sitting out on the porch chilling, and they would just be walking around, not really. I think they realize, you know, like I'm not a threat. So, as long as they're not aggressive. Now, I have had some that are aggressive, and like you accidentally bump into something near their area, and they all come at you. And I've had to do some genocides, but
It's not about trust. It's about getting the job.
it's just about how aggressive they are. But that's with bees too. Sometimes bees are more aggressive. Like even honeybees. Sometimes you can get an aggressive hive. Lovely smiling. Why, thank you. Star Wars and/or but not 79. I have 789. I have yeah. I have no, not 79. I have No, I did. I downloaded 789 today. So I have the first 6, I have 789, and we're waiting for the last 3 to drop next week. And then I'll have those as well. But we're watching the entire Star Wars saga in chronological order.
It's good to see both of you.
One of us did once because I kept buzzing in your friend's kid's face and wouldn't leave him alone, so I slapped it. Oh gosh. I haven't watched any of Andor yet. Rebels, I think, is my favorite though. Like, I really, really love the Clone Wars, but Rebels is just so good. Of course it stung you. Well, yeah, you smacked it. I got stung with the mower because the ground hornet wasp things, and I got stung once on the bottom of my foot because I was walking in the yard and there was something in the ground. I didn't see it, and it fucking got stuck.
Good point, Snips.
Got stuck right underneath my foot, and it stung me right in the arch of my foot too, right in the softest part of the foot. Not in the fucking heel of the foot, not in the ball of the foot, but in the soft arch.
Walking into that factory to be suicide.
Not if you and I are successful in holding Bobble's attention at bridge.
You didn't watch Andor yet? Yeah, well, that's part of what this is. So this is for Star Wars month, but I'm very behind. I haven't seen Andor. Before this, I hadn't seen Acolyte. I hadn't seen the Jedi Star Wars, or Jedi Star Wars. The Tales of the Jedi, Tales of the Empire. I haven't seen Obi-Wan Kenobi. I haven't seen Book of Boba. I haven't seen Ahsoka. I haven't seen Skeleton Crew. So I'm behind, but this is going to get me all caught up, so I'm very excited.
3, 2, 1, mark. Let's get going. After you guys.
But we're watching everything in chronological order, and it's like fan edits, so it's like movie versions of stuff. It's really cool. It's been great. It's been so good.
We'll have to make a bold move.
Well, I will when we get to it. Like I said, we're watching everything in chronological order, so we're gonna get to it.
Can't resist that.
With no cover.
We have to make it tempting. The factory is operating at 50% production capacity. We have 10 garrisons of new droids ready to deploy.
You had a mild allergic reaction to it? Oof.
No, the super tanks are not ready. When they are, the Republic forces will be routed. They have no weapon that can penetrate its heavy armor. Here come the droids. Everybody steady. Steady. Keep marching.
I hope the public.
Yeah, we're watching everything in chronological order, so I know exactly when it takes place. So we'll get to it. We'll get to it.
It is a droid factory.
As long as we can destroy them faster than they can make them, we're on top.
None of your simple logic, Skywalker.
Here we go. Let them go to the trap.
Go watch Last of Us? I don't know, maybe I'll work it in. Maybe I'll work it into my schedule. You are so sweet. Thank you. I try. Try.
Nice work. What? There goes nothing. I should go in first. I know the way. Nugget?
Look at the screen? At Star Wars? Oh, I got Star Wars right here. I am watching Star Wars. I've got Star Wars and my OBS in the chat. I got everything right here. I can see everything. It's fun. I'm good at juggling stuff. It's just as long as everything updates the way it's supposed to, I'm good. I can keep track of everything. Sometimes the chat delays. Buffy. I'm getting a lot of that today. I don't know what I'm doing right today, but getting all kinds. You should see Andor. I will. I promise. It's in order. We're not there yet. When let's see how many. We got a lot before we get to Andor. We have all of the rest of Clone Wars. We have Tales of the Jedi Episode 3, Bad Batch, Solo, Obi-Wan, more Tales of the Empire before we get to Andor. We have a lot of stuff to watch before we get to that. I mean, we're gonna get to it, but we have a lot before it. Mm-hmm.
You remember the way, don't you? Of course I do.
Bad Batch is really good. Although I don't think I've seen season 3.
It's this one.
Yeah, I'm behind on my Star Wars. What can I say? You love, like, the clone, the girl clone? What is her name? She's got a really pretty name, if I remember correctly.
We have 20 units ready now, and many more on the way. Thank you.
What is that?
Attack formation.
Looks like the Separatists have a new toy.
Oh wait, that would be. Oops, sorry. Sorry with my mouse. You've not seen season 3 or 2 of Andor or Skeleton Crew? Yeah, I haven't seen any Skeleton Crew.
Oh, that's a lot of droids.
What is her name? That's gonna drive me crazy. Hold on, hold on. I have it up here somewhere. I have all the characters here. Omega. Her name's Omega. I knew it was something like really pretty and short. The fucking droids. That's a relief.
They must be racial.
This is it. We're here.
Yeah, Omega. She's precious. I like her. She's a cutie. I love her bow. That is so cool.
Two Jedi in the control room. That is impossible. How could they have gotten past security?
And now we make ourselves scarce.
Her voice is killing you? Aw.
The bombs are active.
The Padawans did it.
And just in time. Get down!
Dang, that backflip that Ahsoka did, that was really good.
You heard His Highness. Collect their pathetic little bombs. Then we will kill them. The silver tank is impervious.
The super tank is impervious, but you're not. Like, oh, Ahsoka's his. I like Ahsoka. She's fun. He didn't need his face. Yeah, it's fine.
Not asking you to run, Rex. I want to draw those tanks out onto the bridge.
I see what you have in mind.
I always come prepared, Master. Let's go.
Why does he need a backpack for a single bomb? I don't understand this. Why can't he have like a bandolier? I am in the Midwest. I am excellently, thank you. I'm in America. I'm in the Midwest. Yes. Star Wars fangirl. Yep. I've been a Star Wars fan for a very long time. That's more than, okay, yeah, that's more than one bomb. Last time he had the backpack for one bomb, and I only saw one bomb that time, but he has more this time, so that's okay. A backpack is justified when you have that many. I know a fair amount about Star Wars. I know a fair amount. There are definitely people out there way more knowledgeable than myself on the topic, but I know a good amount. This is it. I remember watching the original trilogy on VHS and long before talks of a prequel.
My Padawan will not fail.
Ahsoka, can you hear me?
I also remember being excited when there were rumblings of a prequel being written. So yeah. Did you like Acolyte? Well, we actually watched a fan version of Acolyte, which edits it down into a movie and changes the pacing and changes the story to focus more on Soul. And it was actually pretty decent. I don't know how much it differed from the show, but it was pretty good.
Well,
Because I heard the show had really bad pacing problems and the arrangement of the story and stuff like that.
Master, can you hear me?
But it
I'm sorry,
the movie version was good.
we can't make it out. Fire.
Such an intense moment. Good job, you dealt with the tangs, but now you cut off your backup.
Ahsoka, can you
Yeah.
hear me? Come in. Master Luminara, don't worry.
Be at ease, Skywalker.
At ease. We need to act now. Ahsoka and Barris may still be alive down there.
There's not enough time. I sense them drifting away.
No, we'll get them out.
Rebels, Keenan Inning cried so much. Dude. I was emotionally invested in Keenan.
Get to it, Rex.
Yeah, I didn't care. I didn't care for that.
How deep do you think we're buried? It's probably best not to think about it. Hand me that power cell, would you? Thanks. Mind holding the light? Whatever you're doing, I hope it works, because I'd sure rather have died fighting up there than starve to death down here. Don't worry. We'll run out of air long before we starve. That's a comforting thought. Thanks. Master Skywalker has taught me a trick or two. I think...
You know what? I'm thinking about when he got attacked and went blind. That's what I'm thinking about. I know I fucking was super pumped when I heard him in the fucking sequels.
But if their time has come...
I refuse to let Ahsoka die.
But didn't they cover that in the comics? His death? Didn't they cover his death in the comics?
I will mourn her, but I will celebrate her as well through her memory.
Well, I still plan on celebrating this victory with my power. In person.
Don't give spoilers to Andor.
We've saved countless lives elsewhere. And I'm about to save 2 more.
Let's see.
Wait, I'm picking up a pulse on Ahsoka's
When
power.
does he die? Exactly.
Master, I know you're up there.
Does he die in Rebels? Or does he die in the comics? Because I remember being really upset when I thought he died, but he ended up going blind.
I'll move the heavy machinery over the side. No time.
Yeah, he dies in Rebels. Right?
Someone's digging.
Yeah. I haven't actually watched Rebels in a few years. Yeah, he dies in Rebels.
Ahsoka.
That is in Rebels. That's in season 4. I was right. Okay.
I knew they were still alive.
So yeah, that was what I was thinking of.
Give up on them.
But that's not when he went blind. That was after. So you got me questioning my fucking lore. You're making me get my lore all mixed up.
You say the same? I knew you'd come looking for me.
I never doubted you for a second.
Padawan, you did well. Thank you, Master. But if it weren't for Ahsoka, we'd still be down there. Indeed. Your master never lost faith in you.
I thought I remembered seeing that. And then you made me question if it was in Rebels or in the comics that I saw it.
They're still.
But it was in Rebels. He dies in Rebels. But still, no spoilers.
We'll be back before you know it, Captain.
Four in the morning. You can't be confusing me. I'm already easily confused.
A hard-won victory.
Indeed, and a costly one. We suffer a great many losses in these battles. Too many.
The battles do appear to be coming with growing frequency.
No sign of Poggle then.
Nothing. We have clone squadrons spread out all over the area, but no hits yet.
I'll go out and find some clue as to where he went.
I'm sure the clones can handle
Poggle has too much information about the Separatists to let him get away.
very well, Master.
Just make sure you do a bit of strategic planning for me when I come back, Master Kenobi. I'd hate to feel left out.
Nothing like breadcrumbs.
What's this? I didn't expect to find you up and about. After enough time in the Vector tank, one longs for the mundane comfort of star charts. Seems like it did you some good. Your wound looks almost healed. I wish I could say the same for most of my men. Well, let's make sure we don't have to take Genosis a third time. Poggle's forces seem to have come from the northern hemisphere. And where was Master Anduin's last contact made from? This region, farther to the west. But there's nothing out there according to our latest intel.
There. 150 clicks southeast. It appears to be a munitions container of some kind.
It could just be debris.
I don't think so. There was no battle in this area.
Looks like Poggle was on a direct course. 11 Mark 72. That way.
Headed directly for the Progate Temple.
That makes no sense. Nothing in the temple could have survived the munitions balls in the first wave of our attack. Why would he risk exposure to go there?
I'm not yet sure. Perhaps he doesn't realize the extent to which we cleared that area.
Master Luminar, I'm tracking a sandstorm that's heading your way.
No matter. Probably that tend to grab you before you get off road.
I advise against it. You might get lost in the storm. Then we'd have to find both you and Poggle.
I feel it is a risk worth taking.
As you wish.
Let's go.
As you wish. I mean, yeah, you're like hot on their tails, man. Fucking go. On their tail, hot on the trail. Oh, another breadcrumb. They're catching it. Yep, another crumb for the trail.
What could be taking her so long? Something must have happened. Patience, Scott.
I feel like such a grandma, but I feel so cozy.
I'm sure we'll have more information soon. I must admit, I'm troubled that we've not heard from her. Let's not start worrying yet. Luminar is not one to take unnecessary risks.
You're right. He's here somewhere.
Those are weird. Didn't like what?
Go no further until we can send support. The storm is making things difficult. We can barely read your transmission.
Like witch totems? Yeah, they're creepy. Oh no, it's always the stormtrooper that wanders off on himself. Why open it further? Why open a pit to the abyss lid further?
Those catacombs go on for miles. I fear we may have lost him. Get yourself out of there. Buster and Dewey! Buster and Dewey! We've lost the connection. Where are you going? Take a guess. We'll never get to her in this storm. The gunships can't handle it. We can't wait. I'm sorry, Skyler. We have no choice. We must be patient and trust in Master Undoing. We'll leave as soon as the storm lifts. Stay alert, everyone. Spread out and look around it.
Didn't watch Andor? Yeah. Are you reminding yourself that I didn't watch Andor?
There was a struggle. This is not a good sign. Luminara's lights.
Fun fact about spaceships, you can fly over storms. Yeah, just go above the atmosphere, bro. It's not that hard.
Seen what looks like that before. I don't believe anyone has. It could be the Genosian queen. The bugs have a queen. Rumored. But we haven't found any proof of her existence. Until now. This way.
You're about to. So, nobody checked on the pit to the potential eldritch horror in the pit of the abyss pit thing there. Yeah, no, we're just gonna bypass that. We're just gonna walk on past. Just not gonna check the pit for eldritch horrors. Okay.
I'll go first.
I feel like his lightsaber should have cut through the ceiling there. Every pit has either a rancor or something worse in it. Right. Rancor, minimum. I would not be happy with seeing that. Those are like weird zombie bugs. Those are creepy. Oh, they literally are zombie bugs. Imagine waking up to that face every morning. I couldn't. I'd die. I'd kill myself.
She must be close by. Come on.
She must be close by and in several pieces.
I don't like the looks of this.
I love whoever decided to do a zombie episode. Like, who made that choice? Who was like, you know what Star Wars needs? Godzilla, King Kong, and zombies. The way that that little wormy went through its nose. Ugh.
Everyone back. Take out the tunnel supports. It's the only way.
those things. We couldn't kill them. I've heard stories of a Genosian hive mind so powerful, so strong that it can maintain its connection with its warriors even after they have died. You think that's why we couldn't kill them? Because they're already dead. Yes, that can't be true. That's impossible. Impossible or not, these creatures keep moving after we cut them up or shoot them down. Call for reinforcements. Signal. We must be too deep underground.
I love how they're stuck with a razor as a design for their communicators forever. That's so good.
I won't be unhappy to get out from under all this dirt.
I should try that Star Wars.
It's playing tricks on us, right? Look around. There's nothing. What the?
You didn't like? Didn't like what? Zombies in Star Wars? Nice horror element's always fun. I've also liked how their lightsabers are also giant glow sticks when needed. Yeah, I love that.
Obviously, this thing is a lot more powerful than it seems. I'm going to the surface to alert General Mundy myself. I think that would be a foolhardy move, Anakin. We can't divide our troops again. Don't have time.
Like, here, hold this light. Oh, you mean this death sword? Sure. Let me just hold on to this. Ugh. Try what?
Air is warm. We must be getting close. Get the heat. Smells down here. Keep your voice down. I'm just saying. This planet's wild.
That's becoming an alien movie where Sigourney Weaver.
Got a bad feeling about this. It must be the Queen. Any sign of Lunar? I see her. She's suspended in the throne. Perfect. What about Pop? He's speaking with the Queen. Good. You take the soldiers. I'll take the Queen. Must you always rush into things? No, you don't actually want to talk to me, do you? Matter of fact, I do. Anakin, don't you wonder why they took Lunar captive? Why not just kill her? She's leverage. She's a hostage. Leverage for what? No, there's something else going on here. These zombies are connected to it. Fine, we'll try it your way. So glad you agreed. Cody, set your men up around the perimeter. These creatures live in darkness. The light from your helmet should blind them temporarily. Turn your lamps on at my signal. They should create enough confusion for us to get Luminar out of here.
She's even got the giant egg butt.
Can't kill them. We'll have to bury them. It'll at least slow them down. Shoot out the support pillars, and this whole place will collapse. Let's go.
Lost it also? I don't understand what you're talking about. Lost what? She seems nice.
Because I make observations.
Also no liked you? I don't know what you're... What? What are you talking about?
Well, that quick thinking of mine is usually needed when your observations get into trouble. The Queen took Luminar hostage. She got the Jedi, now she has 2 more. I want to know what she's after. When this doesn't go as planned, which it won't, I'll be ready. That is so reassuring.
I am what?
I told you not to follow me, Master Kenobi?
Yes, well, I took a lesson from Anakin and decided not to follow orders.
You are the creatures that attacked Geonosia. Why? Come before me.
Your Majesty,
That voice is something special.
meet you. I am Obi-Wan Kenobi, and this is Anakin Skywalker. It is our sad duty to inform you that your rule is at an end.
Here. Not dictate to me, Jedi.
That's probably not the statement I would have said.
I'm afraid it does not appear that way, Your Grace. You shall release the Jedi Luminara and submit to Republic law.
Yeah, I probably would have explained to her why there was an attack. And instead of, you know, just threatening her.
Judgment of you harsher.
Really you are. I are what? What are I? I am right here. Real funny, there's someone else in the chat who knew Yiddish. Oh, wait. Do you? Are you gonna translate?
Control the hive mind. She thinks she can possess us. Great. Find out everything you want to know yet. No, wait. I want to see how it works. I don't think Luminara wants to see how it works.
No, I don't.
I'm curious. The more we know, the better.
I disagree.
So do I. Come now, the nose or the ear? Which do you think will enter? I think the nose.
I hope this is part of the plan.
Isn't it always? Cody, now!
Bumble just over here, you're all multilingual and shit.
You're coming with us. Anakin, no! What are you doing? I was going to study that. Study the bottom of my fruit. Come on, get out of here.
Why would you want to study it? No good can come from studying that thing. Yeah, it's really weird that he has this bias with them because, you know, the queen was like, why did you attack us? Seems like she may not have been 100% aware of what was going on. Maybe be like, well, you are contributing and are like the main producers of this terrible war that's happening. She may have been like, oh, that's terrible. Well, let me fix that. Saying. What's up, buddy? Abdul? Am I geeked or locked in? I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? Am I geeked or locked in? Like, am I locked into watching it? What are you talking about? People just ask me questions out of context. I don't know how to answer. Tweaking? Like, no? What makes you think that? Queen Lady, you are single-handedly birthing an army of soldiers. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's like, maybe don't create an army?
We could have gotten one of those worms. Knowing how the queen controls her minions could have proven valuable. Well, hopefully the secret.
There's no good that comes from that, Obi-Wan.
I'm afraid we have a complication. Don't we always? I've just received distress signal from our forces on that wing. Master Windu's defense is held, but at a great cost to his men. They need medical supplies immediately. We can obtain these supplies at the medical station near Old Cestus. We're delivering cargo to Coruscant, and Cestus is not exactly on the way.
The Republic must begin debriefing Pobble right away if we're to get useful intelligence from them.
Master, I suggest we let our Padawans handle the supply mission.
Whatever needs to be done, Master. I'm happy to help. As am I.
Very well. Take the medical frigates, and after we've delivered Pobble to Coruscant, we'll rendezvous with you for the voyage to Dantooine.
Well, they're about to find out how them wormies work. Oh, it's so gross. Anything going up the nose is gross. Anything going any orifice, really.
Hope I didn't interrupt it. Pleasant dreams. Got another mission, sir? You bet. We're making a medical supply run to Old Cestus. Thought we were prepared for battle. Not running errands. Hey, we were bred to follow orders, Pulsar. You got a problem with that? No, sir. No problem. That's what I thought. Now, move! Side. Come on, up, brother, up and at 'em.
Yeah, see, no. Ironic. The bone creaking. Yeah, that seemed unnecessary. That seemed unnecessary.
We are ready to make our jump, Master Fister.
Good. I look forward to your arrival.
You never answered me, Abdul. What are you talking about for tweaking? I don't know what you mean.
What is it?
Are you even still there?
Quiet. It's a big change from all the fighting the last few days. You should enjoy this peace while it lasts. I can't. Let's go eat.
I guess not. That's so gross.
About enjoying
Good luck? Good luck with what?
as a Jedi. I'm not sure I know if I did. Master Winter has said we are keepers of the peace, not warriors. However, once the war is over, it will be our job to maintain the peace. Yes, but will we do so as keepers of the peace or warriors? And what's the difference? I don't have all the answers, Ahsoka. Like you, I'm a learner. What does your master tell you? Anakin? Oh, you might find some of his thoughts on the future a bit radical. Really? Why? Let's just say my master will always do what needs to be done. I'm not even sure how peacetime will agree with him.
Imagine Anakin in a time of peace.
Just came up to check on the site. Well, we're on course and all systems are green. What the? We have control of the bridge.
Evening, Ops. Edge, would you like to join us?
That's so sweet. Oh, they got them dead eyes. He'd be so bored. He'd start another war. Yeah, probably. Just for giggles.
What are you doing?
Two clones just attacked us. What is going on? Trap, do you know what happened to those troopers?
Couldn't tell you, Commander. Just as confused as...
You're in charge of those men. Did you order them to kill us?
No, sir. I didn't.
Bro, try you?
Why would they do that?
What do you mean? Try you for what?
We heard shots.
What are you talking about? I feel like I'm on, like, half of a conversation here.
These men didn't just attack us without reason. My master had a clone betray them once. A traitor who was paid off by Ventress. It can't be that simple. At least it didn't feel like that.
Excuse me, sir. We should make sure we're still in control of the bridge.
Bridge, this is Barris. Respond. We need to get up there. We need to find out what's going on. But these two will be coming around any minute.
I haven't launched them until we check on the bridge.
Okay, let's go.
Well, you just came from a planet with mind-warping parasites. Your clones are acting weird. Maybe take a quick head count and check for... Oh, sorry. That was me. My bad. I kicked my desk. Maybe check for mind-bending parasites.
I have faith in your power. She would have checked in, like you always do. Sometimes I don't think you realize how alike you two have become.
1 + 1 = 2. Yeah, that's quick maths.
He's being most uncooperative. Keep your ears open in case someone calls. Got it.
I love that he takes the time to keep his hair buzzed and bleach it. Like, that's a lot of effort to keep your hair bleached and short. That takes a lot.
Doesn't want us going up there. I'll attempt to override the controls.
There we go. Why would you kill him and not the thing?
Oh, what is that? Looks like some type of parasite. It must be controlling their actions. Mind control.
He wants to stand up from all the other clones. Yeah.
That was my friend. He would never have tried.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in a clone world like that, you might want to absolutely do things to alter your appearance to stand out as much as possible. That makes sense.
Let him know about the situation. Let's go. That sound. It's... She's...
Swear to God, if I see a clone poop out an egg.
We
Yeah, but like, get that worm out of his nose. Oh, no, not you. Yeah, they were a part of the other mission and got rescued. It got rescued. Ugh. And then they were hanging out on the ship, I guess, to recover.
Unfortunately, that's not a luxury we have right now. One of us must succeed Ahsoka. If you need to, you'll do what must be done. I know it. Yes, of course. Then I'll see you soon.
You must bring this ship in. The only way we can stop these parasites is to analyze them.
Yes, I'm very tired.
We will take precautions.
I have a bad feeling about this, Master Fisto. But I will follow your instructions.
My boy Kit. Kit's killing it, as always. Doing Kit things.
It's one thing we clones know, is how to stop a Jedi.
She literally has the Force. Oh, no, just kill me. Just kill me. If something goes crawling up my nose and roots around in my cranial orbit, I want to die.
I'm glad to hear your voice.
No way.
Well, not exactly.
See it behind your eyeball? Ooh, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm good.
Nurse, we're back. Were you successful?
Oh, come on. Come on, Ahsoka, you know.
What's wrong? Nurse, no!
He tried. Oh, you tried to give me a say love me. It's the A for effort. Fight the icky. Ye old wacky worm.
You will answer my questions. But you son not.
And I think the Jedi mind tricks to your anti-emotions. The other Jedi probably learn things.
Mind tricks. I don't need mind tricks to get you to talk.
I will never talk Jedi.
We'll see about that. Pop.
Getting a bit dark there, Annie. Yeah, I don't really think he's pretending. Ahsoka can pretend. Anakin just, he just did it. He just went for it.
Geonosian parasites have infected the crew. How did they get on board the ship? Poggle said the parasites must have needed a new host after we raided the Queen's temple.
You interrogated Poggle.
I did. There wasn't time to get the rest of them. How did you get him to talk? Look, all that matters is that he told me how to stop the worms.
All that matters. You are so beautiful. Aw, why thank you.
This is Ahsoka. Come in.
Ahsoka, listen to me. The worms are affected by the cold.
Cold? That's how we stop them?
Rupture the cold. Did you hear me? Rupture the coolant system.
The coolant system. Got it.
Yeah, you got this, Ahsoka. Look at me. Every day I see my face. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Because it's thriving. I don't know. You tell me, bro. They're about to have some wormy snot strings.
Shit. Just came out of hyperspace. Send out the trucks to help guide them in.
You're laughing so hard. Oh man, I'm just along for the ride.
Parasites are contained. Some will be lost.
It's been a weird day, I know that much. We've had a lot going on.
Engage tractivator.
Maybe he's talking to the show.
Bitch. At last. We're coming in awfully fast. This is Ahsoka Tano. Can you hear me? I'm shutting down the engines. I'll try to reverse them.
Yeah, there you go. Fuck her up.
There's no way to control. The pilot must be dead.
Yeah, there's a lot of that missing, Bumble. There's a lot of that missing. I know it. Okay, if the worm hates the cold, wouldn't it retreat into the body to stay warm, not go outside of the body where it's colder? Right? I don't know, maybe it's not that smart. But you would think its natural instincts would be to stay where it's warm, you know?
But stay on guard. Still be dangerous.
Because you'd think as soon as it leaves with the sub-zero temperatures that are there, that it would fucking die immediately.
Master Fisto.
Yeah.
We're ready to pick up the supplies.
We'll take care of that. You will rest now, Ahsoka.
Yeah, maybe get her a warm blanket or something?
It's all right, Ahsoka. It's okay. We're safe.
Varys?
Varys is fine. It's to your efforts. So are the clones. same type of creature you found on Geonosis, Master Skywalker. We'll have to inform the troops on Geonosis. This parasite might explain how they recaptured the planet the first time. I don't want it to happen again.
You've been right to Loki original.
That's a good point.
Can I have a word?
That's a good point. Those worms probably did assist in the recapture of Geonosis.
On the ship, Varys was gone. She wanted me to kill her. She told me,
But you couldn't do it.
no. No, I couldn't. Should I have? I mean, it worked out now. But if we had failed, if the ship docked and the worms spread and...
Ahsoka, it's your duty to save as many lives as you can. Varys knew you could save thousands if the worms were destroyed, which she thought meant destroying her too. But you did the right thing. You knew the freezing cold would kill the worms. Letting go of our attachments is a difficult struggle for all of us. You have all of your instincts. I'm sure she would agree that you made the right choice.
It's not as difficult as it is for you, Anakin. Like, Anakin, I think you don't realize that it's a real problem for you. It's not as difficult for everybody else. It's difficult for you. And I said that super weird. My tired was really showing, which is a great time to go to bed. Hey. Yeah. Yep. Me mildly having a stroke. Me mildly having a stroke. Yep, your sleeples was showing through then. Yeah, it was really, it fucking came out in full force. I've had issues with my speech today. I've had my dyslexia has really shown like a few times. It really has. I've said some weird shit today. Like, even before streaming, like earlier today. I've had a migraine, and I think it's just affecting my brain on a really weird verbal level. Alright. And with that, we shall call it a night. I will try to get my chores done and my errands done in a quick, efficient, I'm going to pull up this because that screen is really bright. Jesus Christ. So I'm going to pull up my, I already said that. See, my brain is stroking out already. I'm actually going to pull up Discord real quick, is what I was thinking. And, okay, so I don't need to be in there. Alright, I'm going to disconnect, and I'm going to leave. Exit out of that. I just need to talk myself through it because I'm that fucking tired. Timely fashion. But it is time for bed. Oh, here, let me. So it's not completely taking up the screen. Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Migraines will do that. Yeah. They really will. But we will pick this up tomorrow. Like I said, I'll try to keep my errands and stuff. I'm going to try to get it done as early as possible and get it done in a timely fashion. But, we will pick it up tomorrow. We will try. I would like to try to do 4 or 5 hours worth. But we'll see. We'll see if we can get that done. But we'll just keep it going. Why did that go over there? What is happening? You know what? I can just close this. I don't need this to be open. Boom. And I can turn that off. Yeah. Whew. Closing down set. I'll try not to derail the stream again. I think I'm gonna go to bed before I derail myself. Gonna go do my normal, oh my god, my normal nighttime routine. I'm gonna take some sleep stuff because I had a really hard time sleeping last night. Like, I slept really good after stream for a little bit, but then I woke up and I just could not get back to sleep. Like, it sucked. Like, I was sleeping really, really hard, and then I was awake, and I just could not go back to sleep. So I'm hoping if I go take some sleep stuff, I will sleep really, really hard without waking up. Sounds like a good idea. Yeah. Good night, KFC Buzz. See you soon. Good night. Good night. We'll see you tomorrow. As always, I have been Kim Anoki. It's me. I'm Kim Anoki. You have been a nugget of awesome, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay, love you. Gotta go. Bye.